Hello guys, welcome to part 19 of Naruto Rebirth of the Yellow Flash. First of all, I want to say that this story doesn't belong to me, so if you want to read the full story for yourself, you can go down in the description to find the link to the original post and read the full story for yourself. That being said, let's get into the video. Naruto Rebirth of the Yellow Flash part 19. The Flash is reborn. When the flash of lightning was gone, Naruto was seen standing over the unconscious body of Samui. Genma was soon pulled out of his stupor and grinned before announcing while shouting, "And we have a winner! The winner of the Chunin exam is Namikaze Naruto!" As soon as he finished, the crowd started cheering for the boy. Watching him successfully use the trademark jutsu of the Yandame was enough evidence for them that he was indeed the legacy of the fort. Naruto looked at the crowd in surprise. They were cheering for him. Suddenly he could feel tears coming into them. What was he feeling right now? Why was he crying? Then it occurred to him it was acceptance, something he had craved, and now after 12 long years he had finally achieved it. He held the kunai tightly before pumping his fist into the air. This action caused the crowd to cheer even louder. Silently, he was wiping his tears while from his eyes. This was his moment, and nowhere in hell he was letting it going to be destroyed. He looked up at the sky and he whispered, "I did it, Tosan. Are you watching me?" Tosan means dead. At that moment, he could have sworn he could see a picture of Minato smiling at him from the sky. He then heard a soft voice that said, "I'm proud of you, my Shoti." He looked around, finally looking for frantically looking for the source before he shook his head and looked up at the sky, smiling. He then smiled before picking Samui up bridal style and taking her to the medic bay. Kage box. Now that is something I never expected to see again. You just had to have the strongest genin now tuning in the elemental nation, didn't you? You just had to have the strongest genin now tuning in the elemental nation, didn't you? A jokingly said, "Indeed, you are lucky. With this corp, there is war-winning talent right here." Orochimaru commented, "What can I say? We got lucky this time around. But Raikage Dono, your daughter was nothing short of amazing. That amount of master with the lighting armor at her age is fantastic, to say the least." Hiruzen replied, "That's true. Now then, we wait for a few moments before we announce the results." Orochimaru said, "I agree with the other notion, though I think both Samui and Naruto deserve a bump up to Jonin rank. They are all way too strong to be Chunins," A said as both Kage nodded. "Stands. Naru-chan really outdid himself, didn't he?" Kushina and Mito gasped. That he did. I never thought I would see that move again. It was fantastic." Joraya stared with a smile. "That is my student for you. Were there any doubt?" "That is my student for you. Were there any doubt?" Itachi said smugly. "As happy as I am that Nani-chan on, he sure hit hard. does hit hard," Mito said as she rubbed her stomach where she had been hit during the match. "No kidding. I will have him cook me ramen for hitting me." Narumi groaned back as the adult chuckled at the knuckleheads in front of them. "So who do you think will get promotion?" Itachi asked. "I think Narumi, Mito, Hinata, Shikamaru, and that Karui girl will be promoted to Chunin, while Naruto and Samui will more or less be promoted to Jonin." performance was way too high level to put in by Genin. Mikoto replied as the others nodded. Mikoto. Then on the other hand, several clan heads were already talking among their council in order to decide what to do with Naruto. The legacy of the Yandame, along with the Jutsu of Hiraishin and the Rasengan, Clavin had a lot of political weight. Nearly every clan decided to try and put him under the Clan Restoration Act and have him marry a girl from their clan. This was going to be the main topic of discussion in the next council meeting with Daimyeon. Who would have thought someone of his talent would have left behind legacy who was equally talented? The Wind Daimyo asked his current counterpart. I wonder, I, I wonder just what else he can do. What are you going to do, Shiro? The lightning daimyo asked his fire country counterpart. Now that he has revealed his identity, I don't doubt those hungry council members will try crossing him into marriage. Well, Minato, I may have failed him in upbringing. But I certainly wouldn't fail him now. 2 years as a guardian will do him a good all of good and will give him a chance to stay away from the politics here, and he and that Nara will make good addition. The fire daimyo thought before saying, indeed, I wonder what else he can do, though what I will do remain to be seen. The fire daimyo replied. Back to the arena, all of the competitors were waiting in the arena for the final announcement of the day. Hiruzen then stepped forward and said, Guzi Unun, everyone, I hope you enjoyed the matches. Me, along with the other Kage, have decided the candidates to be promoted will Hinata Hyuga, Mito, and Narumi Uzumaki, Nara Shikamaru, and Karui please step forward. All five of the aforementioned genin then stepped forward and partially waited for the Hokage to continue. The Kazekage then stepped forward and continued. Orochimaru knew that his plan had been foiled, so it was no use trying anything. Now, he had to continue and stand up, reading proceed without being caught. You five have shown excellent skill, teamwork, planning, making you eligible to become Chunin. Congratulations, Orochimaru said as he handed the genin their new vest. Will Samui and Naruto Namikaze step forward? Hiruzen called out after both of them came ahead. A stepped forward at the display of planning, skill, and combat power. We have decided to promote both of you to the rank of Tokubeto Jonin, fresh new Jonin. As also Naruto, as the winner of the Chunin exam, we have a special headband for you. A said as he handed both of them their new vest, and Naruto received his new silver headband. It was then that the fire daimyo stood up and said, I quit, quite like the display I was shown today, and it is because of that I wish to offer Namikaze Dono here a 2-year contract with the 12 guardians. What do you say, Namikaze Dono? Everyone was shocked at this. If Naruto accepted the offer, he would become the youngest guardian ever. The civilians, however, didn't want him to leave since they thought he could be in danger. He would be in danger. Naruto, on the other hand, was weighing the pros against the cons. If he did take the job, he would not only gain a lot of experience, good skill from the other guardians, but also the favor of the daimyo. Not to mention that he would finally be able to be up his training for the next evolution of the Sharingan. In contrast, the only drawback is that he had to stay away from his loved ones. Naruto then looked at the daimyo and said, I humbly accept the offer to become a guardian daimyo-sama. May I ask when I am expected to report in? Next month. I want you to relax and set your things straight before coming to the capital. Also, Hiruzen, I will be taking my leave. It was very interesting to watch this final. The fight, daimyo said as he and the other two daimyos left. Naruto nodded and then, along with the other, left. He was interrupted by his mother, who said, "Come on, Naruto, we are celebrating your promotion. Let's go." Naruto nodded before following her. Uzumaki Mansion. Jiraiya, Kushina, Mikoto, Itachi, Mito, Narumi, and Naruto all were sitting in the lounge and were chatting, eating a little snack and having a few drinks. Well, Gaki, you really outdid yourself. I can already see the council going bonkers on it, Jiraiya said as he took a sip from his sake bottle. It wasn't that much, Jiraiya-sama. I have been working on that move for nearly 7 to 8 years. I got this down thanks to Ma's help. I am really happy. It feels that I am nearly expected closer to Tosan. Naruto replied with a smile. But Nichan, what that was really impressive. You threw that kunai then whoosh in a yell of lightning, and you took that Samui girl out in a one hit. Narumi excitedly said, "Yeah, Nisan, can you teach us?" asked Mikoto with puppy eye jutsu. He felt his defenses crumbling. Truth be told, he didn't want to teach the Russian to anyone. It was a clan jutsu, and until he had kids, he wouldn't give it away. Until he had kids, he wouldn't give it away. Fortunately for him, Kushina came to his defense and said, "You wouldn't be able to learn it, girls, because that move requires you to be at least a level 8 master in space-time sealing. What you are doing is barrier style." Both of them grumbled, but nonetheless agreed. It was then that Mikoto started hugging Naruto and saying, "Well, Naruto-kun, how does it feel, and what were you searching at the end of the fight?" "I am happy, Oba-chan. At the end of the fight, I thought I heard Tosan saying he was proud of me. I was looking for the source from where the sound came," Naruto answered as he smiled softly. Kushina looked at him in the corner of her eyes. She was slightly saddened that Naruto was more comfortable around Mikoto than herself, but knew that he would come around with time. They were interrupted when there was a knock on the door. Mikoto is Sarui's mother. Sarui and Itachi's mother. Itachi went over and opened, revealing it to be his old teammate Anbu Cat, or else known as Yamako Uzaku. "What's wrong, Yui?" asked Itachi. The adversary called for a council meeting. Namikaze Dono needs to be present. Yugao answered before she disappeared into smoke. Itachi then sighed before going back in and telling everyone what had transpired. Everyone then smirked before making their way to the council room. After everyone had gathered in the room, Hiruzen motioned Naruto to stand next to him before saying, "All right." Then Hamui and Korohu Why did you call the meeting? We would like to discuss Namikaze-sama's decision to join the 12 Guardians. We have decided that he should not go and should stay in the village. Also, there is the issue to place him in the Clan Restoration Act since he is the last Namikaze. Hamura said. Naruto, would you like to answer? Hiruzen said as Naruto nodded. I would first like to say that I don't care what the council thinks about my decision to become a guardian, and second, regarding I already know of the Clan Restoration Act, but I wouldn't take any of the girls you old fools have decided. I will only marry the girl I have feelings for and who feel for me, Naruto calmly answered. You should reconsider this, Namikaze-sama. Koharu tried to reason. And why should I see reason? What surprises me is that you still have the guts to show your face to me after what you did to my childhood. I wouldn't be listening to anything that you say. Naruto snapped back. Very well then. We shall let you go. However, will it be possible for you to teach your jutsu to our shinobi? Danzo asked. Rejected. They are clan secrets. I have no intention of giving them away, and don't assume you can let me do anything. Danzo Dono, let me do anything. You can let me do anything. Danzo Dono, my loyalty are with the Hokage, not with you or anyone else. I will protect this village just like my dad, but that doesn't mean I will suck up to you. You and your civilians want respect. Earn it first. Naruto stared. Listen here, you brat. One of the civilian council members tried to say, but was cut off when a golden chain went through his stable. You were saying? Kushina sweatingly asked, causing the shinobi to sweat drop while the civilian gulped. Shinobis to sweat. Naruto then turned to the Hokage and said, Gigi, I don't see why they are here. All the decision is shinobi related, so why are they here? You are right, Naruto. Anbu, please escort the civilian to the exit. This meeting isn't yet over. Hiruzen said. The civilian grumped as they were forced to leave. When they were gone, Naruto turned to Hiruzen and said, So, Gigi, two topics of the agreement, what's left? Well, Naruto-kun, there have been a few clans that are interested in marriage contract with you. Hiruzen said, I'm sorry, Gigi, but I will have to reject all of them. Like I said, for the CRA, I will marry, but only those who I have feelings for. Naruto answered as Hiruzen nodded. You brat, those contracts will be good for the village. Danzo started, but was once again cut off by Naruto, who said, So what? What good has the village done to me that I should do good for it? The only thing I ever received from this village was hate and scorn. The only reason I am here is because of Gigi, Itachi Sensei, Mikoto Oba-chan, my mother and sisters. Don't forget that one-eyed eye. It was because of your counsel my life was hell. We didn't do anything, you brat, Danzo snared back. Naruto was beginning to piss him off. He was so much like his father. If he got any more power, it would be dangerous for his place. As if I would believe that. Now, is that all? Gigi asked Naruto. Not quite, Naruto. The last thing is for you to vote on who the next Hokage should be. Being honest, I am too old for this. The options we have are Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kushina. Who do you think should we choose? Hiruzen asked. I think we should choose Tsunade. She is the descendant of the two descendant of two Hokages and will be able to take the mantle of at least a few years before we would need a new Hokage. Also, during that time, you should train Kushina Dono to take over until Tsunade retires. Naruto said. That is a good idea. Any objection? Asked Hiruzen. Well, no objection. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya, you are to retrieve Tsunade. Yeah, Tsunade, use any method necessary. Jiraiya nodded before leaving. After this, Naruto left and returned to his home. What surprised him was that Samui was waiting for him. Samui-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, surprised to see his love interest he thought was already gone. Naruto, I need to tell you something, she said. Naruto then nodded and opened the door and let her in. Both of were sitting next to each other. Both were staring at each other. Both of them having a different set of thoughts. What does she want to talk about? Naruto thought, but didn't press the issue on since he felt it was big, as Samui wasn't someone who hesitated in saying things. At the same time, Hiruzen and along with Yugito and Itachi were watching the scene with a smile. The reason they were here was to discuss a political marriage involving Samui and Naruto. A had overheard Samui talking to Yugito about her feelings toward his rival's son before giving her his opinion. She immediately rushed to Naruto to tell him how she felt. The time she had spent made her the happiest it had in years. Along with the Yugito reach Hiruzen's office where Itachi was waiting. A then received what had transpired and his wishes to have a political marriage when both kids were of age. Hiruzen then immediately took out his linen so that they could see what was happening with the kids back with Naruto and Samui. So a political marriage, nice one. This is so uncool. Okay, Samui, you can do it. Kiss his cheek and tell him. She mentally amped herself up before moving her face towards his cheek. Naruto felt her move and at that moment turned his head towards her. All of a sudden her lips connected with each other and lightning sparked around their bodies. Soon they broke away and Samui looked at him with wide eyes. I she tried to explain but was cut off when Naruto placed a finger on her lips and said, I love you. You are the first person my age who wasn't my family and accepted me. True is I fell for you when I first saw you from across the street. Samu smiled a true big smile once, which was very uncharacteristic of her, and she then, in a very unstable whispered, I love you too. All my life after my dad died, I kept myself reserved and cold. You somehow broke all my mental barriers and reached my heart. I felt for you after you rescued me from those wolves. Both of them then stared into each other's eyes and slowly and willingly both eager forward and then kissed. After that, Naruto took her hand and led her to his room where they began their normal massage to talking routine. Massage, nice. Intention of them is separating, they both slept together. Instead of instead of them separating, they both slept together. It was after a very long time that both Samui Yakushi and Naruto Uzumaki slept without the nightmares affecting their past. That's all for part 19. First of all, I want to say that if you want to be notified for future parts, subscribing is the best way. That being said, I have to see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to part 20 of Naruto Rebirth of the Yellow Flash. First of all, I want to say that this story doesn't belong to me, so if you want to read the full story for yourself, you can go down in the description to find the link to the original post and read the full story for yourself. That being said, let's get into the video. Naruto Rebirth of the Yellow Flash, part 20, the set-up month. Naruto was excited. He was being respected in the village. He had completed 2 of his dad's signature jutsu 3. He was now in a relationship with the girl he loved. He was also glad that his grandfather figure and sensei were both supportive of his choice. His aunt was being bumped out since he had rejected a contract with his aunt was he was a little bummed out since he had rejected a contract with Sarwi, but told him she didn't hold a grudge over it. His mother wasn't particularly happy because of her history with Kumo, but she soon gave in after seeing how happy both kids were. He was also glad that the Raikage had expanded his stay for up to 1 week so as to discuss the terms and conditions for the peace treaty between the two villages. The treaty was as follows: both Kumo and Konoha would be in complete peace. Trading would be promoted between the two villages. Military aid will be provided in case a village is attacked. Both the villages will exchange 25 elemental jutsu each. The deal will be closed by the agreement of Naruto Namikaze and Samui Yukisho, who would be there for first of five of Naruto's wife, who would be the first of 5 of Naruto's wives. Currently, he found Naruto enjoying a picnic with Samui. So, Samui-chan, what do you plan to do next after you go back to Kumo? Oh, I think I am going to join the 12 Lightning Guardians. Both me and Karui have been offered spots. What about you? Asked Samui. Just like you said, I will first regret my clan work before allotting a respectable representative who will handle my clan papers while I am gone. After that, I will join the Fire Guardians on a 2-year contract. Who knows what I do after that? I kinda depends. Really, it kinda depends. Really, Naruto answered with a grin. Me, Naruto, you will not forget me if you find the other girls of your clan restoration act. Samui quietly asked. Naruto in response just lifted her up and placed on his lip before kissing her on the lip. Samui was stunned for a moment before she recomposed and recuperated the smile kiss, and soon it turned into a full-on make-out session. They broke apart after a few minutes, after which Naruto touched his forehead with hers and said, "Does that answer your question?" Samui merely nodded and had a small blush on as they were having their picnic date. Hiruzen was currently in a very hot headed council meeting whose agenda once again was none other than Naruto. You cannot let Namikaze Tono marry that Kumo Konoichi in Hokage-sama. We can easily provide someone better than her. Koharu agreed, as the rest of the civilian council agreed with him, while apart from the Hyuga clan, the other clans didn't seem to have a problem with this arrangement. The Hyuga clan, the other clans didn't. Oh, the Hyuga have a problem. And why would I do that? Naruto himself stated that he will only marry the ones he loves, provided they love him back. In this case, it is their which is why I accepted the arrangement. Hiruzen replied in his voice, firm and not showing any emotion. Hiruzen, you are giving the brat way too much leverage. He should have to listen to you, not the other way around. Tanzo said. That goes for you too, but it doesn't stop you from doing what you want, what you or the civilian want to do. Also, you made his life a living hell as a kid. Now I will be favor or him over you. Hiruzen calmly replied, causing Tanzo, Koharu, and Hamura to grit their teeth in frustration. Hokage-sama, I know that it is now my place to say, but it isn't my place to say, but why did you agree to this arrangement, considering our history with Kumo? Hiyashi asked. Well, for one, on once the previous incident involving Kushina Yu and the Yor and Fugaku's daughter were ordered by the same Sandaimon Raikage. The current Yandame Raikage was an honorable man who, despite fighting Minato in the third grade shinobi war, was a friend of Minato's. He apologized for the previous attempt and offered us very good terms for the treaty. Joining the treaty will solidify both the village. It's a peaceful agreement. Also, if we keep hold on to the past, we will hinder us in the future. I have already agreed to the treaty, and both me and A have already signed it. I was merely informing you of the treaty, not asking for your opinion. Hiruzen said with narrowed eyes. But the Hokage-sama, what about the jutsu we have to give them? A civilian questioned. I will be giving the jutsu from my library, so don't worry about that. Along, what are we giving? We are also receiving. This meeting is adjourned, no questions. Hiruzen said as he got up and left the room. He left rubbed his temple while muttering, I'm getting too old for this crap. Jiraiya brings Tsunade back already, sends back. Naruto was at the Konoha gate to see off Samui, who was returning to Kumo. By Samui-chan, I will miss you, he said as he hugged Samui. I will miss you too. It's uncool without you, Samui said as she gave her a kiss on the cheek. Who was watching from the distance along with Omoi and Karui, grinned before he bowed. Samui-chan, anytime now, he said in a sing-song time. Samui then hesitantly ran towards the Kumo group. As they ran towards Kumo. Well, who would have thought Samui would talk like that? Karui said in a tense voice. Omoi immediately knew not to comment, as he knew an angry Samui is in return on to equaled to an S-rank nuclear jutsu. Samui then coldly looked at Karui, which caused the redhead to simmer down. Samui then said, talk about it to anyone and I will show you pain. Karui nodded hesitantly. A and Yugito inwardly chuckled at the scene in front of them. The next few years were going to be very interesting, to say the least. Since back, Naruto was in the Uzumaki clan's training ground where He wanted to try a new version of the Hiraition. His father had reached level 2 multiple step but wasn't able to touch level 3. Naruto, thanks to his notes, had gotten 1 and 2 down easily and had a fair idea of how he wanted the third step to be. For secrecy, he asked his mother to use her private training ground, something she easily agreed to, and was glad that he showed her he showed her for help. She then as asked created 500 clones and waited for Naruto to do what he wanted to do. Naruto jumped when the clones were ready and threw the kunai at the clone before he made a ram sign. Then kunais multiplied it into 100 before spreading around the clones. As soon as they landed, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash. In seconds, all of the clones were history, and he was seen standing in the center of the field with a vertical smile on his face. He turned to his mother, who was looking him with her mouth gasped for and her eyes wide. And Naruto smiled before moving up to her and pushing her mouth closed. "You will catch flies that way, Kasan," he said, and brought her out of her shook industrial stupor. She then immediately brought him into a hug and instantly said, "My son is going to be the next Hokage, Datebayo. I am so proud of you, Datebayo. Dateban, I believe it. What are you going to name the third step? That I Dateban. Taliban. Naruto, being as excited as she was at that moment, in a smiling manner, answered, "I am going to be the Hokage, Datebayo. Thank you, Kasan, Datebayo. I am thinking of calling it Hiraition Level 3 Flash Step, Datebayo." Flash step, flash step. Datebayo, that's nice. Dateban, what are you doing next? Asked Kushina. "I was going to visit Ziji to decide who will represent me during the council meeting while I am gone, and then I need to move into the Namikaze assets and transfer all my money into my account. After that, I guess spend time around the village before leaving in 2 weeks' time," Naruto answered after thinking. "However, do you have lunch before leaving? I will cook." Nakushina asked. "Sure. I haven't eaten with you alone in ages. By the way, where is Narumi and Mito?" Naruto asked. "They are out with Hinata and other clan heiresses," Hikushina answered as the mother-son duo walked back into the main house. She noticed that Naruto had tensed a little on the mention of Hinata. She didn't ask him about it as she then said, "Kasan, next time you talk to Hinata, ask her why she used the seal on Neji. She said she wanted to untie the clan, but her actions speak otherwise." "Kasan, next time you talk to Hinata, ask her why she used the seal on Neji. She said she wanted to untie the clan, but her actions speak the other way." "Alright, I will, but from now let's eat," I said as Naruto happily nodded, following her. Since back after his lunch with his mother, Naruto was casually walking down the street toward the Hokage Tower to recite the three agreements on his mind. On the way, there many civilians stopped by and greeted him before asking him for forgiveness. He just shrugged and told all of them that it was now water under the bridge and not something that needed to be considered up. Due to the number of stops, it took him about a good 15 minutes before he reached the Hokage Tower. Entering it, he saw Mina and greeted her, saying, "Oya, Minani-chan, how are you?" "I'm fine, my little Naru-chan. How can I help you today?" Mina teasingly asked back, knowing Naruto would talk a bit. Take the bait. Hey, I'm not a little anymore. I am a new Jonin now, he said with a huff. "Oh, you could be the Hokage, but you still be the little Naru-chan to little old me. Now what are you doing here?" asked Mina. "Oh, here to see the Hokage to discuss my clan head stature and what not. I will see you later, Mina Ni-chan," Naruto said as he picked his older sister figure on the cheek before running off to the Hokage. He kicked open his door just like usual and entered with a shout of "Gigi!" Hiruzen merely opened his arms and hugged the blonde ball of sunshine back with a chuckle. "So, Naruto, what can I do for you?" asked Hiruzen. "Gigi, I was wondering if you would be willing to respect me counsel. Represent me council meetings until I turn 16, will you?" Naruto asked. I don't really see a problem with it. I have been taking care of your clan for a while now because Minato left me to look after it. Hiruzen said, "Alrighty, I will leave everything to you, but when I return I will take over. Anyways, Gigi, would you give me some elemental jutsu for wind, water, and lightning, preferably A to S?" The library and shop have useless jutsu. Naruto asks with all time famous puppy-eyed jutsu. Hiruzen felt himself crumbling under the might of the puppy jutsu. He would normally have been against a 13-year-old using moves that rank, but he lost against the puppy eye and finally gave in. "Alright, I will give you the jutsu when you will be leaving for the fire capital. Consider it as an assignment to master them by the time you need to return," Hiruzen answered as Naruto hugged him before thanking him and leaving. The next day, after Naruto and Izan spar in the Sarutobi household training ground, they were currently engaged in taijutsu match. "So Naruto, when were you going to tell me about the fox?" Izan asked, catching Naruto off guard before hitting him with a monkey barrage and sending him crashing into the floor. Crashing in the floor. "How do you know about that, Izan?" Naruto groaned out as he stood up. "Meh, I heard Dad and Gigi talk about it, but I didn't have a chance to ask about it," Izan lazily replied. "I see. So what do you think?" asked Naruto. "Nothing different. I have known you for too long to alter my view for you. To me, Shino and Yamako, you will always be the same smart old baka. What I want to know is whether you are going to tell us or no," Izan asked. "I was going to leave letters for three of you telling my secret to you. I was afraid of rejection, which is why I avoided telling you guys face to face," Naruto soberly answered. "Well, what you mean, but know this: you have always had our support, and our support, and that will stay even when you become clan heads." "Well, I know what you mean, but know this: you have always had our support, and that will stay even when we become clan heads," Izan said. Naruto smiled a true smile before saying, "Well, on to round two." I thought you would never ask, Izan said as both charged at each other in a battle that completely trashed the training ground. Naruto had met up with most of his friends and still had a week to waste before he had to leave for the fire capital. He was lazily walking onto the street, wondering what he should do when he was tackled onto the ground by five blurs. Growling, he saw that the blurs were none other than Mito, Narumi, Konohamaru, Mogi, and Udon. He also noticed that another Hyuga around the same age as Konohamaru corpse was slowly looking at the scene. What's up, guys? Naruto asked as he sat up. You haven't been spending any time with us, and you leave in a week. Don't tell me you intend to leave without spending time with us, Narumi said as the other four shortly nodded their head. Chuckling, he pulled all of them into a group hug before patting their heads. He then stood up and said, "All right then. How about this? I will spend the rest of the week with the six of you. By the way, who is that?" he asked, pointing at the Hyuga. I am Hyuga Hanabi, the youngest of Hiyashi Hyuga and the sister of Hinata Hyuga. Who are you, peasant?" she arrogantly said. The twin and the Konohamaru cops were worried about how Naruto would react, but they calmed down when he burst out laughing. He then went over to Hanabi and patted her head before saying, "So, you are a firecracker." Hanabi, firecracker. Hanabi blushed red before snapping away at his hand before saying, "How did you beat my Ni-chan?" She demanded. "Now, that would be telling, wouldn't it? Beat my Ni-chan. Wouldn't it?" Naruto said with a smirk. "Tell me how you beat my Ni-chan along with her team by a team. They are the best Kenin team in Konoha." She demanded again. "It's pretty simple. I was stronger than the three of them," she said. "How did you become so strong?" asked Hanabi. I trained my cute little firework. I trained my cute little firework," Naruto replied as he patted her head again. "Her name is Hanabi, not Firework." My name is Hanabi, not Firecracker," she snapped with a blush. Hanabi is the Japanese firework crackers. In Japanese, it's called Hanabi. Whatever you will always be my little firework to me. Now then, everyone, let's go to my place. I will cook you something," Naruto said as he grabbed Hanabi's hand and led all of them to his place. Hanabi for once didn't remove his hand. It felt slightly warm. Is this what Konohamaru and the others were talking about when they talked about a big brotherly feeling? I feel it. Feels safe. It feels safe, she thought. "Ni-chan, will you show us the jutsu you used in the finals?" Udon asked, causing everyone else to look at him with puppy dogs. Fine, I will show you the flying thunder god and also a lightning jutsu that I like," Naruto said, causing all of them to jump excitedly at Naruto's house. "Okay then, everyone, what do you want to eat? Tell me now and I shall serve," Naruto said. "Ramen," both Mito and Narumi shouted. "Tempura," said Udon. "Pasta," said Udon. "Rice with seasonings," Konohamaru said. After that, everyone looked at Hanabi, waiting for her response. She looked slightly annoyed before saying, What do you want to eat, my little firecracker? I'm cooking, so let me know," he finished with a smirk as her stomach gulped. "Ah, fine then, onigiri," she said with a hump. Naruto nodded before he took out an apron and got to work in the kitchen. An hour later, six clones appeared and set the food on the table as Naruto walked out, wiping while his hands. He then called all of them and said, "Alright guys, food is ready, come and get it." The six guests soon joined in on the table and began to eat. Like always, all of them ate it at the blistering pace. Hanabi didn't really understand why her friends were acting that way. She then proceeded to take a bite of her onigiri. As soon as the first bite touched her tongue, she went over the edge before the flavor itself felt oddly familiar. Unknowingly, she increased her increased her eating pace and remembered something that she hadn't in a very long time: the warm touch of a mother. Himato died 4 years after Hanabi's birth, so she has a few memories of her. As soon as she finished she felt her eyes full of tear up with teary eyes. She said, "Why does your cooking have the same feeling my warm mom's cooking used to have? Answer me." Naruto understood what she mentioned, so he did everyone else. They all had a similar reaction when Naruto cooked for them. He placed his bowl on the table and calmly asked, "When was the last time someone actually cooked for you without a sense of duty?" Hanabi thought about it. She had chefs at the compound, but they were paid to cook. No one had cooked her favorite onigiri for her since her mother's death. She swallowed hard before saying, "For 4 years. The last person to properly cook me was my mother." Naruto smiled sadly. She was Naruto smiled sadly. She was one who was forced to grow up early. She may have already people looking after her, but most of it was without love. She didn't know the love of a father because of the death of his brother and wife had greatly affected him. His sister, in Naruto's opinion, was stuck up as her father, doing what she thought was best. He stood up and gave her a hug. He then said, "Hey, how about this? You become my youngest sister, and I become the brother you never had. I will be someone you can share anything with. How about that?" Hanabi slightly cried before she nodded into the hug. Naruto lovingly smiled at his new sister before looking at the others. The Konohamaru corps were smiling while Mito and Narumi looked slightly jealous. He slightly chuckled at the sense before opening his arm and calling all of them into a big hug. Hanabi smiled a little. Maybe having a big brother wasn't so bad after all. Over the week, Naruto mainly been spending time with Hanabi. He found her to be a sweet little girl once she opened up to someone. She had interest in things that girls her age liked but wasn't given a chance before because of her clan training. Naruto took it upon himself to make sure she doesn't grow up to be a sticky Hyuga and brought her the things she liked. She had grown a lot closer to Naruto and had even started calling him Nichan. Currently, we see Naruto with all of his things packed, ready to run to the fire capital. All his precious people were there to see him off, even Tsunade, who had become Hokage a couple of days ago. "Bye bye, boss. By the time you come back, We three will be gaining. Count on it, Konohamaru said as he and the other two friends cried while they hugged Naruto. Naruto patted their heads before saying, I have no doubt you will remember to take your training and studies. I will come back to test you, okay? The three Genins nodded before they stepped back. Naruto then hugged all three of his sisters and said, I will miss you guys. Do well on the training trip with Jiraiya, Mito, Narumi, Hanabi. I will write to you letters every week. Don't forget to tell me everything, okay? Hi, Nichan, all three of them said as they broke the hug. Naruto then turned to Anko and Mina. Hugging them lightly before saying, I will miss you, Ni-chan. I'll miss you too, Naru-chan. Gaki. Both of them replied as they wiped the tears that were in their eyes. Itachi stepped forward next and said, I can't begin to tell you how proud I am, Naruto. You have gone well ahead my expectation and have become not only a guardian shinobi but also an outstanding person. Here, take this scroll. It has one of my personal created genjutsu and ninjutsu. Learn them well. Naruto hugged his big older brother figure and said, Thank you, Nisan. Just you wait, by the time I come back, I will be strong enough to beat your ass into the ground. I'll be waiting, told Ototo. Itachi said as he ruffled Naruto's head. Naruto then turned to Hiruzen, who handed him a scroll and said, What you asked me, Naruto, use this time to develop yourself. Come home back as a raging fire that will protect Konoha. I have a slight cough, that's why I'm pausing the video and my voice is this way. Count on it, Gigi, Naruto said as he hugged his grandfather figure before turning to his old godparents. Good luck out there, Gaki. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when you were a kid, Jiraiya said as Tsunade nodded. Oh, don't worry about it, Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade-sama, what happened is now under the bridge, Naruto said as he shook hand with them before hugging a sobbing Mikoto. Naruto was like a son to her. Seeing him leave for a long time was painful for her, to say the least. He soothingly rubbed her back before backing the hug and turning to his mother. After a long goodbye with his mother, Naruto finally turned and ran away, with two escorting Anbu, not to be seen for the next 3 years. That's all for part 20. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Subscribing is the best way to be notified for future parts. That being said, I hope to see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. First of all, I said that this story doesn't belong to me, so if you read the full story for yourself, you can go down in the description to find the link to the original post and read the full story for yourself. That being said, let's get into the video. Naruto Rebirth of the Year Flash Part 21. The Fire Capital, Year 1. Naruto was walking down the halls towards the daimyo's throne. Today would be his first day as a guardian. He was soon inside the throne room, where he saw the remaining 10 guardians. He had met all of them. They seemed rather nice except for the top 4, who seemed rather stuck up. After a few moments, the daimyo stepped in and Naruto, along with the other guardians, all bowed. After sitting on the throne, the daimyo said, Welcome to the Fire Capital, Naruto. I hope your time here will be well served. All of you resume your duties. I shall have a talk with Naruto here in private. The other guardians nodded before they jumped for their position. The daimyo then stood up before hugging Naruto and saying, It's so good to finally meet you, my boy. It's been so long since I first met you. It has only been a month, daimyo-sama, Naruto answered in shy voice, not knowing how to react. Not like that. I meant your father and mother when she had first had her baby bump. After all, me and Minato were great friends. The the Kushina's ultrasound was done in this very castle. We even had contract ready for marriage between my daughters and you. The daimyo said I didn't expect that. So I presume Zizi broke the contract because of the Gigi broke the contract because of the QB. Naruto asks, not at all. Your mother informed me that you died during the attack. Now I can't really blame her because of the circumstance, but I am really glad you are well. Glad you are well. Shiro replied as he motioned Naruto to follow him. Oh, Naruto said, not knowing how to respond. Well, the real reason I did call you here was for three reasons. First, to make up for the time I couldn't help you as a kid, to help you to help you get away from the useless clan politics. Three, to reinstate you to my young to reintroduce you to my younger daughter who happens to be a shinobi in training. Shiro said, Shiro-sama, are you sure you want me to get closer to your daughter? After all, I am the Namikaze heir, and I will need to have several wives. I don't think something like that is beneficial when befitting. Something like that is befitting a princess. Naruto answered in a respectful voice, ha 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 ha. You are just like your father, boy. I like you. Don't worry, my little Shiro is not like her older sister. She is a tomboy who has been training in shinobi arts for quite a while. She only respects strength, and I don't think you having multiple wives will affect her. Now let's go. Shiro said as he led Naruto away. He then brought him to a training field where Shiroi was training. She had silvery white hair up to waist level. She had made them into a high pony. She was currently practicing her genjutsu. She had pale white skin and purple and pink green colored eyes. As soon as Naruto saw her, he blushed a bit, not knowing that was uh, 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 Shiro was paying him a lot of attention. Shiro glared when he saw the reaction Naruto had upon seeing his youngest. He then called out, Shiroi-chan, please come here for a moment. Hi, Tosan, the girl said in a Mediterranean voice. Shiroi-chan, this is Naruto Namikaze, son of the late friend Minato Namikaze. He impressed me at the Chunin exam and I decided to make him a guardian. His assignment will be to be your personal bodyguard over the next 2 years. Shiro said as he pointed towards who nodded his head at Shiroi, who gave him a small smile. What the hell, writer? Couldn't you name the daughter and the father two differently? The father's name is Shiro, and the daughter's name is Shiroi. God damn you. Well, I will leave you to along now. Good luck getting to know each other, Shiro said as he walked away. So, what are your hobbies? Asked Naruto. He causing Naruto. He casually asked, causing Shiroi to face flat a bit, flat a bit, little bit. That's not how you talk to a princess. Shiroi explained. Huh. But you aren't a princess, you are a Konoichi, hence my equal. How about I help you train? I did begin to talk a special joining in the exam instead of joining. I think I will be able to help you, Naruto replied with a grin. Shiroi replied wide-eyed before she grinned back and then took her opening stance in Genjutsu. Naruto mirrored the motion before both of them channeled charged at each other and sparred. Shiro looked on from afar away with a warm smile on his face as he thought the only one who can get through that little Paka is you, Naruto. I will wait for you at the other side. Minato, you would be damn proud of him. Time skip 3 days. Naruto and Shiro over the 3 days had gone from being regular sparring partners to simple friends. They had sparred a little bit about themselves and even taught each other several things. Naruto had helped her up her Tai and Kenjutsu. All the while, Naruto had a few clones who had started training his Jujutsu from among the scrolls. He had learned that since he was the direct descendant of Madara, he had inherited the eternal Mangekyo instead of the simple Mangekyo. The training was going slow, but Naruto was sure he would be able to master his eyes completely by the time he had to return to Konoha. Currently, Naruto was wearing a battle kimono. It was something that could be used in both fighting and social events. There was a ball taking place, and since taking place, and since he was Shiroi's personal guard, he could attend. He was making his way to Shiroi's room when he noticed the door open. Peeking inside, he saw her curled up onto the bed, not even attempting to get ready. Knocking on the door, he entered and said, Shiroi-chan, why aren't you getting ready? Shiroi didn't reply. On closer inspection, Naruto saw that she was crying. Moving towards her, he gave her a hug and let her cry on his shoulder. When she calmed down, he softly asked, "Tell me what's wrong." "I don't want to go to the party. Everyone only focuses on my elder sister because they are those dainty princess with soft skin. No one even looks at me, let alone dance with me on these balls, so I don't want to go." She sadly replied, Hey, look at me. You are beautiful, Shiroi, among the prettiest girl I have ever seen. Don't even think otherwise. As to why no one dances with you is because they are weaker than you and don't want to harm their ego. Get ready, assure you, you will have a dancing partner today. Naruto said. Shiroi nodded, suddenly feeling shy. For the first time she met Naruto, could she really appreciate his looks? His well-toned muscles felt amazing to lean against, and along with his sharp blue eyes and long blonde hair, he was an Adonais walking on Earth. Naruto, who already found Shiroi attractive, blushed at his closeness before he left the room, leaving her to change her dress. Naruto walked into the hall. He knew that the ball had already begun, however, He could wait as he had a girl to escort after all. He had to wait to escort after all. Had to wait. After an hour, he heard Shiroi leave her room. Turning around, he felt his mouth drop. Shiroi was wearing a silver party kimono. Her hair made in a bun that was closed by a pair of chopsticks. For a few seconds, he had lost his ability to form words beautifully. He muttered, causing Shiroi to develop an enormous smile on her face. After that, both of them made way for the ball. As soon as they entered, Naruto turned to Shiroi and said, "Princess, may I have this dance?" Shiroi was shell-shocked and nodded dumbly, not trusting her voice. Naruto took her by the hand and led her into the center of the dance floor where they began dancing. Naruto playing his hand on her back and holding her hand and placing the other on his shoulder. She spotted the sense and grinned. His plan was coming along well. It was a matter of time. Soon everyone in the hall saw the beautiful air dancing with the princess. Ayaka and Ami, Shiro's sister, smiled at the scene. They knew that Shiroi had a few complex on her looks and were glad that someone had managed to see past them. As the dance progressed, both Shiroi and Naruto had gotten a lot closer. Naruto now had both his hands on her waist while she had her hands around his neck. After a while the dance was over and Shiroi led Naruto out in the balcony where they stared at the night sky. Shiroi, who had her hand on Naruto's shoulder, said, "Thank you for tonight, Naruto-kun. I have never had this much fun in my life." "Think nothing of it, Shiroi-chan. Think nothing of it," Naruto said. However, as soon as he finished, he felt a chakra spike on his left. He immediately stood up and put Shiroi behind him. He then glared and said, "Come on out. I know you are there." Suddenly, three figures jumped out and stand at Bron in amused. Naruto instantly recognized the three of them. They were Aoi Rakan, an A-rank missing ninja from Konoha, Kasuki, an A-rank missing ninja from Iwa, and Yubosei Kirigaya, an A-rank missing ninja from Kiri. "What are you doing here, missing ninja?" Naruto asked in a stern voice. "Oh, pretty simple. We are sent to assassinate that little princess behind you. The other two may not have all that much importance, but this one seems to be headed by our client. We don't know the reason and aren't just here to kill her, so hand her over," Aoi said as he unsealed his Raijin sword. Naruto was slightly worried he may be able to handle a lot of low-level opponents, but taking on three A-rank Jonins were gonna be tough. He, however, knew one thing: he had to protect the current defenseless Shiroi from her. He let go of Shiroi's waist before stepping forward and channeling cracking his neck. He then unsealed his whole sword and removed his shield before activating a fully matured Sharingan with three drummers spinning wildly in each eye. Pointing the sword at the three missing ninja in front of him, he said, "You will not be harming Shiroi-chan. When I am around, let's begin." "Kai," he said as all of his resistance shields were removed. He disappeared in a burst of speed and said, "Chidori," multiple single slash. In a single moment, the Iwa ninja was on the ground dead. Aoi and Yabasu both ground at the blood and charged at him at the same time. Naruto, using his Sharingan, had managed to keep up with both of them. He was able to counter Yabusa jutsu with his lightning, but Aoi was troublesome. He had no style, but the Raijin wasn't a fearsome sword for nothing. He was pushing Naruto back, who was only working to protect a Carson Shiroi. He then looked at Yabasa dead in the eye and said, illusion art, demonic hell view, as he said that Yabusu saw two large gates open, and inside he could see everything. He had been closely being tortured. He screamed a little and was about to cancel the illusion when he felt a sword going through his heart. Naruto then removed his sword and immediately turned to face Aoi, who had already launched himself and was about to attack Shiroi. At that moment, Naruto felt helpless and desperately tried to reach Shiroi. Just when he thought it was going to end, he disappeared into a void before appearing right in front of a striking Aoi. Before Aoi could react, Naruto made a harsh slash and cut Aoi's head off. He then resealed both his blades and the Riki before he planted and looked at the reflection in his eyes. He had awakened his eternal Mongekyo Sharingan the sight before deactivating it. He could train with it later. Naruto then turned around and was instantly hugged by Shiroi. Naruto, after calming her down, took her back inside and sealing the bodies of the missing ninja. Shiroi thanked Naruto profusely for saving Shiroi. Shiro thanked Naruto profusely for saving Shiroi, but Naruto waved it off as something he would do for anyone. The other guardians approved of him and began showing their respect. The daimyo then sent Naruto to rest as he had fought a long and hard battle. Time skip 1 year. It had been an year since the party. Naruto and Shiroi could hardly be seen separated from each other. They trained together and in their free time just short of hugging out with hung out free time just short of hung out with each other. Naruto had told her all about himself, his earlier life, his skills, and whatnot. He had also told her of Samui and the clandestine act. Both of them had fallen for each other, but still hadn't found the courage to admit it. Shiro and the other guardians knew all about it and could only sigh at the shyness of the both teams held. Naruto had progressed amazingly over the years. He had managed to complete the four seasons in his Uzumaki Kenjutsu, and had started the dual blading style of his Itori. He had mastered 30 of the 60 jutsus Hiruzen had given him. His taijutsu had become much more effective thanks to the inherited clone tournament. Interclone Thanks to the Interclone tournament, he had discovered the full extent of his Mongekyo Sharingan and had mastered 4 of the 8 abilities he had. Thanks to battle control, he was now able to use his chakra chains for longer. Overall, he stood at the impressive mid to high Jonin level without his stage mode. He knew that by the time he returned, he could at least be a late Jonin level or in a rare chance an S-rank ninja. He had kept constant contact with his first love Samui, though his summons and they regularly exchanged stories of their lives as guardians. Naruto in his letters had told her all about his feeling for Shiroi. Samui had approved of her, which made Naruto happy since the only reason Samui had allowed him to enter the clandestine act was that she would choose the girls. Currently, he was in the demon. How the hell, Dinana? How the hell do I tell her? That's all for part 21. If you wanna be notified for future parts, the best way is the subscribing. I have to see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. First of all, I said that this story doesn't belong to me, so if you read the full story for yourself, you can go down in the description to find the link to the original post and read the full story for yourself. That being said, let's get into the video. Naruto Rebirth of the Yellow Flash, Part 22 and Chapter 22. The Realization of the Heart. Oh yeah, side note, the author has decided that they are gonna make a single pairing, and so they are not gonna do the clan restoration act. So yeah, that being said, let's get into the video. Second year, Naruto was walking through the castle, thinking about ways in which he could confess to Shiroi. For some reason, he found himself reluctant to confess to her, and whenever he had tried to, his heart flustered. It was like something was unconsciously telling him to stop. He then decided to go and meditate a little, maybe even enter his cell and talk to the QB. It was about time for it anyways. As soon as he was free from his shift, he made way to a waterfall before removing his shirt and sitting underneath a Caesar position. He then closed his eyes and began his meditation. It was after 20 minutes that he felt himself be pulled and didn't resist. He then felt himself black out. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a sewer. He shrugged before he started walking in his instinctive guiding him. Soon he reached in front of a giant seal. Inside he saw the giant fox figure with 9 tails. It was apparently sleeping. Naruto scratched a little and called out, "Oi, Kyobi, we need to talk." The giant fox opened a solitary eye and looked at Naruto before eyeing. "Ah, it seems that my container has finally decided to visit. What do you want, brat?" Just wanted to talk to you and get to know you. I already know that what happened that night wasn't because of you or because of you. It was because of the masked Uchiha, so I don't blame you for anything that happened to me. Naruto answered with an uncaring shrug. The fox was inwardly shocked. Normally people would use their power to control him and seal him. He would always be blamed and judged. Now in front of him stood the second ever human who actually saw him not as a monster of destruction but a living being. "What do you want, what do you want to talk about, human?" Kyuubi asked. "What is your name?" asked Naruto. "Why do you want to know?" asked Kyuubi. "Well, you are a living being, I presume." Kyuubi is just a title. "So what really is your name?" asked Naruto in a curious tone. "Is this the one you spoke of, father? Someone who wouldn't discriminate against us?" Kyuubi thought before he answered. "My name is Kurama, kid," he said. "Yosh, my name is Naruto Namikaze. Nice to meet you. I hope you don't hate me for having the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto finished sheepishly. "He really is different." Kyuubi thought with a sweat drop before he replied. "So far I have no reason to hate you, but I really hope you don't give me one to hate you." Kurama replied, "Yes, that's good. Now I am sure that you have gotten tired of seeing the same dull surroundings. Here's to make it up to you," Naruto said before he closed his eyes and began focusing. A few minutes later, the water and the sewer disappeared, and a grassy plain with a dense forest and a lake. Even Kyuubi's cage had disappeared, and a seal had appeared around his neck in the form of a lash. The seal had appeared around his neck in the form of a leash. Now Kurama looked around a little wide-eyed before he smiled a true smile and began to shrink until he was the size of a big horse. He looked at Naruto and said, "Thank you, kid." "No problem at all. However, there is something I want. In change for that, I in, in charge of that, I will let you excuse my senses as well. Excuse my senses as well." And Naruto replied with a smile of his own, "What do you want to deal in, kid?" Kurama sounded like a little impressed. "Oh, I want you to be a father figure to me. You have got experience and you know all about my life, so it should fit. You also happen to heal me when I was a kid. What do you say?" Naruto asked. Kiwi looked on a completely dumbfounded before his tail surrounded Naruto and hugged him. Kurama then said, "I would be more than happy to fulfill that role, kid. Also, now that we have made contact, uh, we can mentally talk as well when you are awake. You want to talk about anything else?" "Yeah, I want to talk about myself a little bit. You see, I'm sure you know that I have to go through the clan restoration act. So far, I only have one girl I love. There is a second one, but for some reason I am unable to confess to her." "Any ideas why?" asked Naruto. "I can answer that. It's because of your Namikaze genes. In history, the Namikazes were known as the loyal knowledgeables. Despite not having any Kekkei or special technique, they had brains and bodies that absorbed knowledge like a sponge does to water. It was because of that the clan was feared like the Uzumaki's clan. It was feared. It was wiped out by a large constant of missed ninjas with just a few survivors. One of them had to be your grandmother, since I'm sure you and your father got your eyes from Madara. Apart from the knowledge part, the Namikazes were known to have just one lover each. Though they never had the heart to try more than one as a subconscious level. True love happens only one time. In your case, you have already found yourself, which is why you are unable to confess to that princess." Kurama started in lecture mode tone of voice. "Soka, soka. So it means I wouldn't be able to enter the Grand Restoration Act because of my genetics? That's nice. It does save me a lot of trouble. Anyways, thank you for that, Kirito-san. Kurato-san, I will talk to you later. You enjoy the rabbits and yellow foxes in the forest," Naruto said as he disappeared. Kurama stayed at the spot where Naruto was at before he shook his head and ran into the forest, all the while having a goofy smile on his face. "Maybe this one will be different," he thought as he galloped into the forest and ripped a few rabbits to shreds. Konoha, Kushina, Itachi, and Hinata were Itachi and Hinata were walking back to Konoha with two white head accompanying them. "Yeah, no, I am glad that May agreed to let us stay in Konoha. I couldn't have bear staying away after we just got together," Mangetsu said as he smiled at Kushina while he shranked his arms around her waist. "I'm happy too. It's good that the war is now over and the Mist has joined in the deal. I only hope that Naruto approves of us when he sees us," Kushina said as she muttered in the end. "Don't worry, he will. Naruto is a good and understanding boy. It may seem that he is a loaf, but he does care a lot about you. I'm sure he will be fine with it," Itachi said as he platted Kushina's fear. "You are right, Datebayo. Let's hurry back. I want to introduce Mange-kun to everyone, Kushina said as she grabbed Mangetsu's hand and rushed back to the village, leaving behind Sugetsu, Hinata, and Itachi. There they go again. At least he chose someone as strong as him, though it is funny seeing someone with the moniker of the evil of the devil's second coming and the white death being so wrapped by on and served by someone. The devil's second coming and the white death and the white death. Suigetsu commented with an unassumed smirk as he watched the redhead controlling his brother. Yeah, but you are forgetting that the person who was him who wiped his Mongetsu, he read the Red Death and the Behemin. It kinda makes them feel like a natural couple, Hinata said as Utakigal. You got that right, not to mention even you have gotten me wrapped around your fingers, Suigetsu said, teasing and said as he kissed Hinata on the cheek, making the previous Pongusical blush cutely as she trapped her fingers together. Itachi could only smile at the scene in front of him. In 1 year, so much had happened. The Mist Civil War was over, with the rebels winning. Itachi, Kushina, and Hinata had helped in the fighting. As a result of working together for a long time, Mongetsu and Kushina had fallen for each other and were on now dating. Same was the case for Hinata and Suigetsu. Understanding the circumstance made the god Daimi Mizukage had allowed both Mongetsu and Suigetsu to live in Konoha as a sign of goodwill. Itachi, however, couldn't help but feel sad for his sister. She had taken the darker route and had left the village to run away to Orochimaru. No one knew from her current location. She had been ranked as a B-rank missing ninja with a wanted alive bounty on her head. He sighed, hoping that one day everything would be tried back in. His final thoughts went to his student and younger brother Finger. Knowing Naruto, Itachi was sure that he was already much stronger than at last year. It would be interesting when the boy returned home with Jiraiya and the twins, so I think that was enough Genjutsu practice for now. I will now start teaching you some of my personal jutsus, after which it will be full year of chakra control, Jiraiya announced as the twins were working on their Fuing Jutsu skills. Alright, Edo-sensei, we want to be nearly as strong as Oni-chan will be when he get back. So your plan better work much make such that happens. Nito said, well, my training will make sure that you reach Kakashi's level by the time we return. Naruto, however, I have a little doubt, will be an S rank at the least, as he got your father's talents when it comes to learning. So if you wanna be S rank, you will have to learn an art that is your own, or make something your own. Jiraiya answers sagely. What do you mean, make something of your own? Ero-sensei asked Narumi. Taking a small branch and making it into your take a small branch and make it your own. Become a specialist. Your mother is a specialist in Genjutsu. My older sensei was a ninjutsu specialist, having mastered all 5 chakra natures. Tsunade is a taijutsu specialist. Your father and brother was and is a Fuing Jutsu specialist along with ninjutsu. However, your brother has also taken a deep lying interest in Genjutsu. I wouldn't be surprised if he specializes in 3 or 4 shinobi arts in the future. Jiraiya explained. Nichan is awesome, isn't he? In that case, we will become masters in ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and fuinjutsu. You better tell us a way to speed up our training, Ero Sensei, or we will uh, castrate you. Mito declared as she glared at Joraya. Yeah, Edo Sensei, if you don't speed these things up, we will castrate you. Narumi said as she nodded in agreement with her sister. Damn, they take way too much from after their mother. It seems I will have to spill out the secret of the Shadow Clone Jutsu as well. Joraiya thought before he spoke and said, "Alright, I will, brat. We will use the Kai-Edge Bushin no Jutsu to speed up your training." Joraiya said, "Why didn't we think of that? Mom did tell us how it helps with its memory transfer." Narumi said, giggling. "Yeah, let's go." Mito agreed as Joraiya's sweat dropped. The next 2 years were going to be very troublesome. Back to Naruto. Time skip 1 year. It had been a whole year since Naruto talked to Kurama. Over the year, he had become one of Naruto's most trusted companions, even helping him master the two tough moves of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto had also managed to complete his Kenjutsu training after completing all of the gets of the swirling style and Itori. All of the jutsus given to him by Hiruzen had been mastered as well, not to mention that he was officially a level 10 seal master. He had mastered his father's space-time absorption barrier as well. Kurama had confirmed that Naruto now was certified a strength ninja. He had also talked to Shiroi and Shiro and had apologized, saying that he rejected the contract because there would be no love in their lives. Shiroi accepted the explanation since he personally knew Mito and Shiroi was Minato because explanation since he personally know Minato and Shiroi was fine with it because he just saw Naruto as a best friend rather than a lover. He beat the Gutio goodbye before he left the Fire Capital. Naruto was lazily walking through the outskirts of the capital, suddenly failed his battle sense go overdrive. Tensing his body, he kept on walking with one hand on the hilt of his sword. As he was walking, four figures jumped out of the trees and stood in front of him. All of them were wearing the Oto headband. "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" Naruto lazily asked. Greetings, Namikaze Dono. We are the Sound Four of Otogakure. Our leader Orochimaru has requested your audience. The figures with the four arms said, "I decline. I am a Konoha ninja. Why would I join Konoha's biggest traitor?" Naruto rhetorically asked, "Sorry, you don't have a choice in the matter." The same figure said as all four had launched themselves at Naruto, who merely flicked out his sword in a four quick slashes after the sound four incapacitated. He gave them a cold look and said, "If you survive jail, your leader don't come after me. He will regret it." Saying that, he disappeared in a Shishuin and decided to visit Kumo. It had been a while since he had seen his loved one. After all, summoning a messenger toad, he sent a letter to both A and and Tsunade, telling them of his visit. Though he didn't tell A to not but though he did tell A not to inform Samui of his visit, as he intended to surprise her. He received reply from both Kages almost instantly, with Tsunade agreeing and giving him a month off to rest, and A welcoming him with open arms. Grinning to himself, he summoned his best friend Gamakichi. "Yo, bro, it's been a while. It's been Yo, bro, it's been since. Yo, bro, It's been a while. It's been a while since you last summoned me. What's up? The red and purple toad asked. He was now growing and was the same size as a one-story building. Yo, Kichi, I just got free from my contract with the daimyo and was about to head to Kumo. Wanna come with me? Asked Naruto. Sure, bro, let's go. Kichi answered as Naruto climbed his head and the Dio set off towards Kumo. It was 2 days journey even with the giant toad, but soon the duo could see the gates. 1 kilometer out, Naruto stopped Kichi and said, Alright, Kichi, I will see you later. He said as he jumped off the toad's head. See ya, bro. Kichi answered as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto chuckled a bit before he made way to the Kumo gates. The crowd guards looked at him before realization dawned at their faces. They bowed when came up. One guard then said, Ah, Namikaze-sama. The Raikage-sama is expecting you. Please make your way to the Raikage's office. It's the central building that is almost the largest here. Naruto nodded in reply. He entered the village. After a few moments of walking, he reached the Raikage's building and jumped optionally to enter through the windows rather than the door. Sitting on one in the sill, he said, Good day, Raikage Tono. Somehow I saw this coming. You have a mischievous side, don't you? Asked A in assumed tone. What gave it away? Naruto asked in the same tone. You are a jump anyway. Samui will be returning from her assignment with the daimyo in a couple of hours. What will you do? Asked A. Go to her place and then surprise her. Naruto said with a grin. That is good, and her, all but harm her, and I will cut you so bad that you will want to die. Are we clear? A said as he licked a little crystal. Now I can get the key. Now can I get the key? Naruto replied as he scratched the back of his hand. Here you go, A said as he threw a pair of keys at Naruto, who grabbed them and jumped out of the window, running towards the address that A had given him. About 2 hours later, a tired Samui made her way towards her apartment. She had delivered her reports and wanted to rest. However, no more than anything, she needed Naruto's massage. Again, good, she missed his touch. God, she missed his touch, his very presence. Maybe I should visit Konoha, she thought as she reached her apartment and found it to be unlocked. Narrowing her eyes and drawing her sword quietly entered her apartment. As soon as she closed her door, she felt two arms coming onto her shoulders and giving them a small squeeze. She immediately realized the charge as Naruto's. After all, no one could have the perfect mixture between softness and firmness. She dropped her sword and leaned back, already knowing who it was. Naruto pushed Samui now waist length hair. Naruto pushed Samui's now waist-length hair to her left shoulder as he softly kissed her on the neck. His hot breath, along with the warmth and softness of his lips, caused the girl to surrender. He turned her around and both of them stared into each other's eyes. To Naruto, it seemed that the girl had grown even more beautiful. Her body had become even more developed, with Samui's having pressed second to only the likes of Tsunade. Samui was a similar view when she saw Naruto. Naruto had learned a lean in and gave her a passionate kiss. Deeply all of his emotion that had been bottled up because of the distance between the two lovers. Samui wrapped her hands around the neck and returned the kiss into a deeping in it. They soon broke the kiss, leaving behind a speed bridge. Naruto then placed his forehead onto her as both of them closed their eyes and took in each other's warmth. After a few moments, Naruto said, "I missed you, Sam-chan, I missed you too, Naru-kun." She replied. That's all for this part. If you want to be notified for future parts and other fan fiction readings, then the best way is by subscribing. I hope to see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. First of all, I said that this story doesn't belong to me, so if you read the full story for yourself, you can go down in the description to find the link to the original post and read the full story for yourself. That being said, let's get into the video. Naruto Rebirth of the Yellow Flash, Chapter 23 and Part 23. Prelogged Jonin exam. Come on, you-chan, you promised. Winked Naruto as he followed Samui. So he was huffling, and had her arms crossed. No, it's not cool, Samui answered. But you-chan, Naruto whined. The whole village of Kumo was watching on in amusement, as it was rare for the daughter of the Raikage to show any emotion, and currently seeing her huffing in annoyance because of a boy was entertaining. The village had been surprised when they saw the clueless shared by the two clownness shared by the two. No boy in the village was ever given the light of day by Samui. Seeing someone so close to her was surprising. However, didn't go unnoticed by the local population. Samui was one of the most wanted kunoichi in Kumo. Now seeing her taken off the market by son of the Yandame Hokage didn't sit right with them. They didn't try to challenge Naruto for her hand, but the simple blast of contest killing intent was enough to push them back. A simple burst of constant killing intent was enough to push most of them back. Naruto was currently trying to convince Samui to come with him to the movies, but she wasn't in the mood, as the only movie she was the only movie one was Princess Glay. No means no, Narukun. And Samui said, "Fine then, what do you suggest we do, you-chan?" Naruto asked. "Lunch," she answered stoically. And Naruto looked at her for a good few moments before he said, "I'm cooking, let's go." Now, not waiting for an answer, he grabbed her by the hand, and the two of them left to go to her apartment. No one could see, but Samui had a very small but genuine smile on her face. Egg couldn't help but grin at the scene in front. He knew that kind of life Naruto had. He knew the kind of life Naruto had lived, and honestly, he couldn't have chosen a better partner for her. However, he was very conscious of how strong Naruto had gotten since the Chunin exam. Because of this, he decided to arrange a test to see how far Naruto had come. He didn't, however, take permission. However, he did take permission from Tsunade, who readingly agreed under the condition the fight should take place in an area where no one else could be able to get any information on his skills. Sorry, I'm a little bit sleepy. That's why I'm stuttering, alright? He then called this session and said, Mibuki, get B in Konoha. I can't believe it, Kushina muttered as she sat in front of Tsunade at the hospital. Well, that's how it is. It really is. You are 3 months pregnant with what
You are 3 months pregnant. What are you going to do? Asks Tsunade. I'm going to raise it. Mangetsu and I are already married because of the peace treaty with the Mist. I love him just like I loved Minato all those years ago. Both of them were perfect, Kushina said with a small smile before standing up and going back to the Uzumaki state. What the hell is happening in this story? I'm really goddamn grateful he didn't continue it and stop the story. Once inside, she sighed a little as she felt the slight impediment. Her daughter still had over a year of training left, while her son had been granted a few traveling rights, and was sent to Kumo to act as an exchange ninja for a time being. He would return in 1 year. He would be returning in 1 year. She soon spotted Mangetsu, who was sitting and reading a scroll, making her way up to him. She felt her excitement returning in full force. Mangetsu-kun, I have something to tell you, Dateban. And what is it? Kushina-chan asked Mangetsu. I am pregnant, Dateban. She excitingly said. Mangetsu stared at her before blinking once, then blinking twice. He then jumped up and excitingly asked, does that mean I'm going to be a father? Yes, it does, Dattevan, Kushina answered, her excitement dripping in. Wangetsu at this point couldn't handle anything and jumped at Kushina while lifting her up in the air while spinning. After a few spins, he put her down before planting a passionate kiss on her lips. He then rubbed his forehead with her and said, thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me. I promise I will protect both of you, even if it cost me my life. I love you, Mongetsu-kun, Kushina whispered. I love you too, Kushina-chan, Mongetsu said as they hugged each other. For a while, both Mongetsu and Hinata for a while, both Sugetsu and Hinata watched the scene with a smile adorning their faces. You know, I am kinda glad that Nissan finally found someone meant for him. His life has been so hectic. Sugetsu commented, I agree, even Sensei has it tough from the death of the Yandame to inventing Naruto to come back and try to earn his trust back to even helping me learn the importance of being in a team and family. Hinata said before both of them went silent and looked on ahead elsewhere. Itachi and Jiraiya were seen to be sparring at high speed. All right, that's enough, Itachi. You have been progressing well. Let's take a break. If you keep progressing like this, we can have it done in 2 months' time. Thank you for your help, Jiraiya-sama. This will help me immensely, Itachi replied. Though I am curious why you are learning Sage Mode and training with Kuronai these days, asked Joraya. I overused the Mangekyo Sharingan in our long term mission in the mist. My body needs healing, and I not on ordinary level. Because of overuse, I have been losing my eyesight. Tsunade-sama suggested me to learn Senjutsu hear from you. I have also arranged for a pair of eyes when I get blind. I am training with Kuronai to bring up my illusion even without the Sharingan. I am also training to gain visibility to go back on when I lose my Sharingan versatility. I am also training to gain versatility to go back on when I lose my Sharingan, Itachi explained. Why don't you use those eyes? Asked Joraya. You know he. Why don't you use those eyes? Asked Joraya. You know he killed the clan by going mad due to his power. I can take the risk. I also, those eyes were stolen from when I sealed them. Stolen from where I sealed them. Itachi said with a sigh. Mikoto, who was listening from a distance, felt her eyes widen at her son's play. She jumped and leaned in the clearing, making both Itachi and Jiraiya turn to her. She looked at Itachi in a stern way before moving and bonking him on the head. You insolent, idiotic baka! What the hell are you thinking, hiding that information from me? She roared. Itachi pouted before looking down and saying, I didn't want you to worry. I know how hard Sayuri's defection hit you hard, so I wanted to avoid giving you extra headache. Mikoto's eyes softened as she hugged Itachi and said, You could never pardon me. Now I have the Mongekyo Sharingan as well, and since you are better at using it effectively, I want you to take my eyes. No, that will leave you crippled, Kachan. You have your career to worry about as well. Itachi strongly replied. Before Mikoto could reply, Jiraiya cut in and said, However, exchanging your eyes, Itachi can take Mikoto's eyes and Mikoto can take Itachi's eyes. That way, both of you will be fine. Both the Uchihas looked at him once, then twice before giving him their usual. Mikoto then turned to Jiraiya and said, where are Mito and Narumi? Are they doing well? I don't really know. I sent them to the Slug Realm for them to train with their slug summon for 4 months. After I sent them, Tsunade called me in for training Itachi, and here I am, Jiraiya answered. Both Uchihas nodded before disappearing and going to the hospital to get a surgery booked in. Jiraiya then took out his notepad before giggling, previously muttering about some important research after a long time. With Naruto. Naruto was humming softly as he stood in Samui's kitchen, cutting down the vegetable for the food he was about to cook. He was currently in his civilian wear with all his equipment inside the storage seal on his body. Samui then came out of the room to find a nice scent of food in progress. She was currently wearing on a Naruto shirt and had a baggy trousers. She walked up to him and hugged him from the back, taking in and not only his scent but also the scent of the food. Not only his scent but also the scent of food. Naruto blushed red when he felt more than the empathic breeze touching his back. He blushed. His blush was something that Samui caught. She then smirked a little before moving towards his neck and giving him a lick that sent him shuddering. She then moved her mouth to his ear and said, "You smell very nice, Naruto-kun." Naru-kun. Before she nipped on his ear, making the poor guy go red, tomato red. Naruto then shook off the blush on his face before keeping the vegetables down. He then turned around and took Samui into his hands and pulled her in close. He stared in her blue eyes before leaning in and kissing her softly. The kiss materialized into a full-on make-out session. After a few moments, Naruto broke off the kiss before he put Samui's hair on the side and then proceeded to kiss her bare neck. Samui moaned in pleasure when she felt his lips on her back with his warm breath caressing her. He then broke off the kiss and once again stared at her eyes warm. Samui blushed when she knew the look of love in his eyes. He moved his lips towards her and ears to her towards her ears and said, "I love you, Samui-chan." He then proceeded to nibble on her ear before giving her giving being beginning before beginning to kiss her again. However, they were forced to stop when the door was knocked. Naruto looked at the blushing Samui and said, "We will continue this later." "Cool," she replied, trying to fight back her blush. Naruto smiled before kissing her once more. He then proceeded towards the door, only to find Killer Bee having standing there with a stupid grin on his face. Bee was someone Naruto had come to respect over the last week. He usually hung out with V whenever Samui was busy. "Yo, V, what are you doing?" asked Naruto. "Fine, your blonde bro," V replied in a rapping manner, making Naruto cringe. He found the man's rapping funny rather than annoying. He of he of he of he of on him he of once one knew that it was a way of him dealing with his mental pressures that the path of the shinobi brought. Naruto himself found solace in cooking and recently painting. "What can I help you with, Hachi?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "On a spar, it would be a good test for your skills against someone far." Be wrapped. "Sure, but however, tomorrow I am cooking after all," Naruto replied with a smile. "You see a fool," we said before disappearing. With that, Naruto went back inside the apartment, finishing his cooking and playing with Samui a little. The next day, Naruto was seen standing against V in the moving island where V normally spent his days. They were currently both having a battle gear ready to test their metal against each other. Naruto was shining in excitement. He was finally going to fight a Kage level opponent. Today was a test to see how far he had gotten in his training. All right, bro. How do you want to do this? Yo, asked B. "Free for all, everything except killing and manning goes. Manning goes. Maiming. Maiming. What does maiming mean? Goes. Naruto replied. We nodded before all emotion left their faces. All emotion left their faces. Both of them were wearing a serious battle-hardened look. A tense aura suddenly rushed over the clearing. Naruto summoned both of his sword and held them in basic dual wielder stance. V in response unleashed all seven of his swords. How serious he was. Naruto narrowed his eyes and then closed his eyes, flashing his chakra and releasing his chains. He then opened his eyes to reveal three shining tomoe. B wasn't surprised since he had fought against Minato during the third Shinobi War and knew of his Sharingan. Both of them stared at each other before disappearing in a burst of speed. Soon the air was filled with sound and metal clashing against each other. B, using his super speed, strength, and experience, was constantly on attack and was pushing Naruto back. Naruto was keeping up with the help of his Sharingan and was making up number disadvantage with his chains. Making up the number disadvantage with his chains. He was able to defend well against B's onslaught. Despite being much lower with the seals on he had on. A wild slash hit Naruto and he was sent flying back. Controlling his path, he rotated mid-air before landing gracefully. He looked and saw be having a torrent grin on his face. Naruto growled a little bit, something that we heard. His grin grow as he said, "Oh, is blonde Unable to match up with the awesomeness of the Hachibi-sama, Naruto took a deep breath before standing up and saying, Kai, release. Seal mark appeared all over his body before disappearing. Naruto then cracked his neck before disappearing disappearing. Naruto then cracked his neck, disappearing in a speed much faster than before. He appeared in front of a surprised Bee before kicking him straight in the in the jaw. Bee didn't notice that Naruto's physical strength went up as well as he felt the density of the kick. This time it was Naruto who grinned tremendously and motion B to attack him. Both of them once again ran at each other and met in the clash of steel. After a few minutes, both of them fighters jumped back. Neither of them were even sweating. Both of them then settled their blades before rushing at each other to fight a taijutsu battle. During the battle, Naruto did learn one thing: if he was strong in kenjutsu, his taijutsu is a specialty. Taijutsu is his specialty. He was literally tearing through Naruto in taijutsu. Then a three punch combo hit Naruto and he was forced to fly back, once again landing on his feet. Naruto wiped the blood off his face and said, Damn, you hit hard, B. That's Hachibi-sama. And of course, I fought like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Bee rapped. Well then, I guess I will just have to get serious, Onsa, Naruto said ironically. He then clapped his hands together and closed his eyes before opening them and entering sage mode. He then grinned at V before returning to returned the grin as he felt the spike in Naruto's spear. Naruto then said, Let's dance. Both of them charged at each other once again. This time, however, Naruto was matching V's blow to blow. Both of them were serious. This foundation with fist created shock waves that went through the forest. The animals inside themselves were avoiding the clearing because of the strength of the aura that V and Naruto were emanating. Naruto then used his surprise dance to draw a V in the drop B before using his double deflecting deflection and sent B flying into a tree. Naruto was panting slightly. B's taijutsu was amazing. Naruto was sure he couldn't take on Guy when he had the gates open, especially since he knew B wasn't using his Biju chakra. Naruto was sure that he couldn't take on Guy when he had the gates open, especially since he knew B wasn't using his Biju chakra. Yo, To-san, any idea how to counter his Biju power? I, for once, am not going to use Susanoo. I'm not going to use Susanoo. That eternal Mongekyo Sharingan is my trump card in case that I am out of options. Naruto mentally asked, I think a combination of Hiraishin and the space-time absorption barrier should be enough. That's all I will say, kid, Kurama answered. Naruto muttered over the idea for a few moments before he understood what Kurama meant and mentally grinned. However, he soon felt a rather opposing era. Naruto turned to V. Naruto saw that he was entering his Biju Beast mode, slightly Sighing tiredly, Naruto took out the three-pronged Hiraishin kunai before creating the shadow clones ready to ready for the flash step. However, before they could continuously, A landed in between of them and them with his lighting armor on. A-sama, how can we help you? I came here to stop your little spy. It's going out of control. And I assumed a spy as you authorized a spy. I didn't think you would reach he would reach for those kunais, or he would reach for his bijou. The fight is over and it's a draw. A announced, but bro, it was just getting good. B whined, but was shut down when A bonked his head on the bonked him on the head. Naruto then sighed before exiting stage mode and dispelling his kunai clones. He then picked up the original before flashing away. A then turned to B and said, "So how do you rate him? He is an elite Jonin level in his base form with Senjutsu. He is almost definitely an A rank, S rank ninja. Being honest, we have it lucky that he is an ally and someone who is in a serious relation with one of our top konoichis." B replied, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Yeah. Hmm. That is what I expected. I guess then I should tell him and Tsunade about the Jonin exams coming up in 2 months. A said he's more than ready, and I know this fight wasn't us going all out. Neither of us used ninjutsu. B started. How interesting. A started before leaving. The next day. It was early morning. We find Naruto and Sami peacefully sleeping together. Naruto had his hands possibly wrapped around her waist, while Samui had her face in the crook and of her neck, for her neck. Their sleep, however, was brought to an end when their door was knocked. Samui growled at the sound and reluctantly left the warmth of her boyfriend and flinched before grabbing and moving towards the door, opening the door with an literally explosion experience. Retired, tired with an tired expression, she found Yugito in front of her. It was uncool of you to come so early, Sensei Samui said in a stoic motion. Well, I didn't come to disturb you a long time with your boyfriend. Raikage-sama told me to tell you that he needs both of you and Naruto in his office in 1 hour. He has something important to tell you, Yugito said amusedly. Samui grabbed grumbled. Samui grumbled about annoying fathers before nodding. She then closed the door and went to wake Naruto up. Opening the door, she found that he was already sitting up and was looking for her. She sighed before moving back to bed and snuggling up to him. He then processed to tell Naruto about what she was told. Naruto, however, grinned in response and created two shadow clones, one of them hinged into Samui. One of them hinged into Samui. Naruto then sent both of them to the Raikage's office while he himself rotated himself until he was on top with a flashing Samui under him. He smirked before lowering down and kissing her on the nose before proceeding to kiss her on the lips. As Naruto and Samui had their intimate moments, the Shadow Clones made their way to the tower where they were informed of the upcoming Jonin exams. The clones were informed that since both of them were to be Jonin, they were allowed to take the exam solo. He then informed Naruto that Tsunade had already been informed and that he had been allowed to use the training grounds for his practice. I will noddingly in thanks Both of the clones left before disappearing and sending the memories to the original, who stopped the makeout session for a moment before reviving the conversation to some reliving, telling Samui about what they heard. After that, both of them shrugged before continuing their activities. That's all for this video. I have to see in the next video, and I'm really tired, so I'm going to sleep. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. Like always, the story doesn't belong to me, and the link to the original post will be in the description. That being said, let's get into the video. Naruto, the rebirth of the Yellow Flash. Chapter 24 and Part 24. Jonin Exams Part 1. It had been 2 months since Naruto had learned of the Jonin exams. He had spent the time sparring with Samui and her teammates. He knew he was more than ready. Standing in front of Kumo's Jonin lodging, he entered and then waited for his friends both from Kumo and Konoha to come in. Soon he spotted a team of Konoha which included Neji Hyuga, Izan Sarutobi, and Kiba Inazuka. Walking up to them, Naruto said, "Neji, guys, how are you guys?" "Naruto, it has been a while. How have you been? Have you gotten any stronger?" Kiba asked as he greeted his friend. I think I have. I have. How about you? Think you can land a finger on me?" Naruto tauntedly said. "I will have you know that I have been training very hard, and I can take on most of the Jonin back home," Kiba said with a huff. Hi, I am sure I look forward to facing you. Anyways, Neji, I have the answer to that. Anyways, Neji, I have the answer to that. Come to me before the third test. Also make it to the final. I want to face you." Naruto said with a grin. "Thank you for your kindness, Namikaze-sama," Neji said with a short bow. None of that, Neji. We are friends. It's all okay. So how has everything been back in Konoha?" Naruto asked. "It's been psychic. We helped the Mist in their civil war and are now in treaty with them as well. All of the rookie made tune in already, and we three are the ones nominated for the Jonin exams." "Say, why are you here without a team?" asked Izan. "I am a Tokibetsu Jonin. I can take the exam solo." "Say, how is Gigi?" Naruto asked with a grin. Tokibetsu or not, I am gonna kick your ass in the finals. And Gigi is fine. He just misses you a lot. Though Hokage-sama complains a lot about how fussy the council is towards you. How fussy the council is towards you, Izan said as he returned Naruto's grin. "Ah, those old fools wouldn't be able to touch me. I have all the necessary laws ready in case they try anything," Naruto said. It was then that Naruto spotted Samui and the rest of his team from Kumo, bidding the Konoha team goodbye, and he made his way over to them. Naruto gave them a cheery smile. "Hi guys, you ready for the exams?" "You bet. You better be ready, Blondie. I will kick your ass this time." Karui glowed at Naruto. Her constant losses against him in spars come back to her in full force. Whatever you say, Karui-chan. I will take you up on that any time," Naruto tensely said. Karui grew red in the face because of the teasing. Naruto teasingly said. Karui glowed red in the face because of the tease and was about to punch him when Samui said, "Karui, relax," and Naru-kun, stop antagonizing her. It's uncool. Oh, but if it's fun, you-chan, Naruto said with a smile, causing the said girl to bonk him on the head with an emotionless look on her face. Naruto grinned, glad at that, and held up his arm in flinching manner. The rest of their friends looked at the scene with smiles enlightened on their faces. Kiva then walked up to Naruto and said, "Hey, mind if you come to the side? I need to tell you something important." Naruto nodded as he heard the serious nervousness in Kiva's voice. "What is that? What is it, Kiva?" Naruto asked in a low voice. "Somewhere private where the only ones who can know will be you and me. Somewhere private where the only ones who can know will be you and me," Kiva said, making Naruto nod. He channeled his chakra and activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and said, "Sukoyomi." Tsukuyomi. Immediately he and Kiva were inside the genjutsu. Kiva looked around in the internal as Naruto continued, "This is my strongest genjutsu. Here I am equal to a god. Now tell me, what did you want to tell me?" Sarui defected from the village to join Orochimaru, Kiva said in a monotone voice. "She what? How did Itachi, Nii-san, and Mikoto overstand react to her leaving?" Naruto asked. "I know Itachi didn't outwardly react, but he was sad and disappointed, but Mikoto-sama cried like a lot. All of the rookies' moms went to try and console her. Heck, I even went as far as to fight her, but she almost killed me. Though I will bring her back even if it's the last thing I do," Kiva said with a sigh. "Oh, and why are you so adamant to bring her back? Technically she is a missing ninja and should be treated as such. By the way, when did she leave?" asked Naruto. "Around a month after you left for the Guardians, and I kinda have a crush on her, so it was kinda obvious that I would try and bring her back," Kiva said. "I see. Well, she must have gotten a lot stronger under Orochimaru, though what I do depend on what the Hokage asks for me and what Itachi Nii-san and Mikoto Oba-san wants me to do. After all, it wouldn't be tough to fight her. It wouldn't be tough to fight her," Naruto said. "Are you sure you will be able to fight on trained by one of the legendary Sanin?" asked Kiva. I fought the eight-tailed Biju 2 months ago and came out alive. I am a sage and am a certified S-rank ninja. I think I can take care of myself regardless of who the opponent are. Anyways, we should leave. Remember, it's been 2 seconds in the real world," Naruto said as he smirked when he saw Kiva glowed at the information given to him. Back in the real world, Naruto now had his game face on and went to the side of the room away from his friends. The exam was won. A second later, the whole room was covered in a very high-ranked genjutsu. Suddenly Naruto saw Shisui Uchiha and Danzo approach in front of him with Samui, Kushina, Mikoto, and Narumi all tied up and on their knees in front of him. Naruto immediately guessed that this was a test to see how strong was his mind. He, however, was not going to let a stupid examiner kill his family, even if it is just a genjutsu. He turned his Sharingan on and muttered, "Genjutsu release." Hey, no one could blame him. Having the best genjutsu in all of the elementary nation made it sure that you would pick more than one trick related to the art. He then discreetly pretended to be affected by the genjutsu as he saw the other opponents. Most of the Suna and Chunins were already unconscious. Only one Miss Ninja was awake. The Konoha ninja were sweating, but seemed that they would pull through. What Suna is out, nice. Naruto then saw all three Chunin from Iwa panting and slightly glaring at him. He slightly smirked at them, knowing that they would try and attack during the second part of the exam. He then turned his attention to his fiancée and was immediately worried. She was sweating profusely. The rest of Kumo Jonin hopefully were slightly winded, but Samui looked that she had been through war. Darui shishwined into the room and said, "Congratulations on passing the first part of the Jonin exams. Make it to the training ground 43 for the second part in 2 hours." Everyone left and made their way to the ground. As Samui walked along towards the training ground, a hand pulled her into adorable alley. A hand pulled her into an abandoned alley. Looking up, she saw a smiling Naruto looking at her. Samui immediately crashed into his chest and hugging him tightly. Naruto felt his t-shirt widened lightly and understood that Samui was crying. Wrapping his arms around her, he pulled her close and softly rocked her hair. It was along the planting a soft kiss on her face and neck, trying to soothe her. When she calmed down, Naruto softly asked, "Are you okay? What exactly happened?" "I saw you die in that genjutsu. I know it wasn't real, but it felt horrible," she said as she stifled a sob. Naruto wrapped one arm around her waist and used the other to lift her tear-stained face. He then kissed her square on the lips and said, "Baby, I am not going anywhere. Even if I die, I will bet. Even if I die, I will bet the Sharingan. Even if I die, I bet the Shinigami himself and come back to you." Beat the Shinigami. Oh. Naruto said. Samui nodded into his chest but didn't let go of her hold on Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto continued and said, "How about this? You come back with me to Konoha after these exams and our promotion." Samui gave a small smile and nodded into the hug. Naruto then released her and wrapped her of the tear before saying, "Now then, let us go and ace this test so that I can take you back home with me." Samui gave a small giggle before she nodded, and then two of them made way to the training ground 43. I know there's a lot of mistakes, but it's not my fault. Alright? There is a lot of grammatical mistakes, and I'm also a bit tired. So yeah, sorry about all of that. Anyways, let's get back into the story. Both of them arrived just in the nick of time to see the candidates ready and the proctor already grouping the candidates together. Naruto found himself in Group C and his fellow Konoha ninjas while Samui and the other Kumo ninjas were in Group B. When the group were set, Darui approached and said, "The second test will consist of a taijutsu speed test, an accuracy test, a genjutsu test, and any other field you would like to add. Now I would like you to step forward when your name is called." Group A and B went by quickly with the lone Mist and Suna ninja along with the Kumo all ranking in the top 5 of the day and top 20 of all time. Top 5 of the day and top 20 of all time, nice. The next was Naruto's group. The first one to go was Izan. Naruto was positively surprised when he saw Izan activate his monkey sage mode and pass the taijutsu test. He channeled his fire chakra to melt the target as he threw his kunai and shurikens. He was ranked number 1 after successfully displaying a wide area of ninjutsu. He was tested in the art of Bojutsu, and as an additional art, Naruto smiled at his best friend. He had once again managed to cover the distance between the two. Naruto was sure that if he had the third test was on a one-on-one fight, he would end up facing Izan in the final, and boy would that be a fight. Kiba and Neji both were ranked at 4 and 6, coming in after Choroji, the Mist Ninja, and Samui Chojiro. Then next was Naruto walking up to Darui and asked, "What taijutsu style will you use?" Darui walking up to Darui, he was asked, "What taijutsu style will you use?" A mixture of frog kumete and hummingbird, Naruto said as he released his section shields and entered his sage mode. Darui nodded as sighed. Naruto signaled Naruto start and to run across the obstacles course that had been prepared for the test. Naruto, using his speed, easily breezed past the course and set the fastest record in history of the test, beating the Yandame Raikage and his father-in-law score by 2 seconds. Yandame Raikage and his father-in-law scored by 2 seconds. Next, he was led to the target accuracy test. The test were rolls of steel and to press the objectives and had to pretend and strike against the wall. Naruto grinned something like grabbed something like this was Naruto grinned something like this was right up his alley. He took out two of his three-pronged kunais. He channeled the wind chakra in one and lightning chakra in the other. He then threw both of them together before before kunais multiplied by 10. The 20 kunais then hit the steel wall in 20 different places, destroying it instantly. That was rather interesting. Now for ninjutsu, please state your affinities. Darui said wind, water, and lightning. Naruto asked, "Alright, I want you to perform 2 ninjutsu from each elemental and 2 non-elemental ninjutsu." Darui said, "Alright then," Naruto said as he made a cross sign and 3 solid clones busted into existence. "Ah, Shadow Clone, a good B-rank Kinjutsu," Darui commented as he noted down something on his pad before motioning Naruto to continue. Naruto then created a perfect Rasengan and trashed a training dummy. Darui nodded again as with a little awe in his eyes and asked Naruto to get on with the elemental techniques. Nodding, Naruto channeled his wind chakra and made a few hand seals while he shouted, "True King, Lion, Guild Force All." A giant torrent was created in the room and it was so strong that it managed to disintegrate nearly the whole room. Even Darui had to use a large amount of his chakra to stay on the floor. Naruto didn't stop and immediately waved through hand seals again and shouted, "True King Lion." Trashing blast. Another trumpet speared while it was slightly smaller than the first one. This one, however, was sending strong wind blades in direction that Naruto wanted it to. When the wind died down, an annoyed Darui stood up and said, "Let's continue this time. Please don't mess up the exam room." Naruto nodded sheepishly before going through his hand seals and saying, "Water style, water wall jutsu." Now, as he said that, water appeared out of the atmosphere and formed a wall in front of Naruto. Naruto cancelled the jutsu before going through hand seals, saying, "Water style, water dome." The water then appeared and surrounded Naruto into the form of a dome. Very nice. To a ranked ninjutsu. Now on to lightning. Darui said. Naruto nodded before showing off his new and improved Raikiri Nagasi and Raikiri Senbon. Both were A-strength jutsu. Darui, however, was watching on with a little shock. Who would have thought that two of the most illuminating lightning jutsu in the world would have been improved? Alright, that's enough. That was amazing. You did very well. Now the next test is one on Genjutsu. Please provide a proceed to cast a few Genjutsu. Darui said. Naruto nodded for casting two of the Naideme, the second Hokage's illusion. The bringer of darkness and the solar flame. Darui had a bad headache after enduring darkness and then a bright flash of light. After a few minutes of rubbing his eyes, he looked at Naruto and said, "Do you have any additional arts that you want to test?" Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu. Naruto answered, "Alright, then we will do a Kenjutsu test. You will have to survive against me for 5 minutes." Darui said before charging and slashing at Naruto. Naruto, however, easily blocked that attack, though it took both of his swords to do that. The next few minutes, Naruto learned one thing. Darui was a Kenjutsu specialist on his own, and the way he moved and channeled his lightning into his sword was amazing. He, however, fought Darui on very terms, and soon the five even terms fought Darui on even terms, and soon the 5 minutes were up, indicating that Naruto had passed. The next test was regarding Fuinjutsu. Naruto wasn't worried in the least. He knew that the examiner would have been able to tell half of what his skills could do. The test was rather simple. All he had to do was complete a few incomplete seals. By the look of it, the test was designed to test someone on who was just entering level 5. But since Naruto was level 10, he breezed past the test as if it were nothing. Soon the tests were done and remaining candidates were called into the third test. They were ordered to go back home for the week and rest up, as the third test was a 3-day survival trip in a place that would match the forest of death on on its worst day. Could match the forest of death on its worst day. Oh, nice. But that's all for this video. If you want to be notified for future parts and other fanfiction reading, then the best way is subscribing. I have to see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. Like always, this video belong to me, and the link to the original post will be in the description. And yeah, I also have a Discord server, so if you want to talk to me, join the Discord server and we can chat. Alright, that being said, let's get into the video. Naruto, the Rebirth of the Yellow Flash, Chapter 25 and Part 25, A Slice of Life. You ready, Neji? This will hurt like a bitch, but you will be a free man after tonight, Naruto said as he was preparing for the sealing ritual that would unmark Neji from the cage to bird seal. It was a day after the second test had been completed. Do it. I want to feel free again. That seal is just a tainted mark that I want gone. Neji replied, "Alright, go in the center of the area and remove your t-shirt and headband while you are at it," Naruto instructed. Neji nodded before removing his t-shirt and headband before sitting down in the center of the area that Naruto had drawn up. As he went around, sat down, Naruto took a very deep breath and said, "Here goes nothing." He stood in front of Neji and began performing a very long sequence of hand seals. Neji could clearly follow the speed in which Naruto was performing them. As soon as the 100 seals hit, Naruto made a ram sign and shouted, Namikaze style. Eternal seal removal. Seal. The sealed areas began to shout as Maisie suddenly started to feel a pain that was slowly rising and spreading along his whole body. He was soon screaming in agony, but his will to continue kept him going. After 30 minutes, the seal was removed and Neji was feeling over the other side of life because of the massive strain on his body. Naruto then began another set of skills, this time going even faster than before. After hitting the 97th skill, he made a dragon sign before shouting Namikaze style, healing Genji seal. This time the area glowed, a beautiful green light emerged before it completely covered Neji. The light continued to work on Neji for around 45 minutes, after which Neji suddenly opened his eyes and began gasping for air. Naruto soon released the jutsu and went on one knee as he began chanting. That seal takes a lot of chakra. I'm completely drained. Naruto ground out. Neji, who was now on unmarked and free person, got up and began walking towards Naruto. He wrapped one of Naruto's arms around him and helped him back to his hotel room. Naruto, thanks a lot. I don't think I will ever be able to repay your kindness. You already are, as you are helping me walk back to my room. Naruto said with a fox-like grin, "You are impossible. You are impossible. Can you at least take something seriously?" Neji growled out, meh. Life is too short to deal with technicalities. Be happy, and if you ever wanna see me serious, see it when me and Izan duke it out during the finals." Naruto said, "You shouldn't count me out. I am as strong as both Izan and Lee." Neji said, "Wow, I didn't get to see you fight in the Chunin exams. Well, I guess a fight is in order." Naruto said, "I look forward to duking it out with you in these exams." Neji replied as they reached Naruto's room and knocked on the door, which was opened by Samui. Her eyes immediately widened when she saw Naruto's condition before they went back to their stoic look. She then helped Neji sit Naruto down on the sofa before bidding Neji goodbye and closing the door. She then walked next to Naruto and wrapped his arms around her shoulder before snuggling into him. "Are you okay?" she worriedly asked. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little tired." Removing Neji's seal was a real pain in the ass, Naruto said as he planted a soft kiss on her forehead. He then smiled playfully and said, "Did I ever tell you how much I love your oppai?" Naruto asked. "No, you didn't." Samui stoically replied, but a little blush on her face. "Well, then let me give you an example," Naruto said before he pulled Samui into his lap and placed his face on her large oppai before snuggling into them. This action caused Samui to blush to deepen, but she didn't comment. But rather than she started playing with Naruto's hair. Soon, however, she felt that his breathing had become rhythmic and saw that Naruto had fallen asleep in her oppai. Naruto smiled as she smiled before she shushed both of them into their bed, and on the bed she removed Naruto's shirt before wrapping her arms around her neck and pulled him deeper into her breast as she too fell asleep. From far away, A watched the scene with an anime tears. His 15-year-old daughter was so close to a boy. She was growing up way too fast in his opinion. Darn you, Namikaze Naruto! He cried out as tears began leaving his eyes at a fast giving a strong impression, leaving his eyes at a fast pace, leaving a strong impression of a waterfall. Next, the next morning, Naruto woke up and immediately felt his head inside the softest pillow of he had ever slept in. He then snuggled into them deeper, whistled, pulling them closer. He then heard a moan and opened his eyes. After adjusting to the light of day, he saw that his face was in some ways occupied. He then removed a little back before he pulled the sleeping girl into his arms, placing his chin on her head, and he hugged her lovingly before drifting off to sleep again. Both Naruto and Samui woke up a few hours later, and first things they saw were each other's eyes. Captivated by the sight, both of them leaned forward and kissed each other once again, feeling the sparks fly around. Both of them looked at each other with their eyes showing the lust that they had for each other. Alright, already. Being shirtless, Naruto quickly stepped up before smashing his lips on Samui as he removed her shirt, revealing a yellowish lavender bra. Yeah, I might have to cut this part out because it's getting a bit spicy. And if I say too much spicy things, YouTube will get angry with Sama. Naruto then moved his hand and unhooked her, revealing her huge oppai. He then pulled her close to him until her oppai were pressed against his chest as he kissed her on the lips while having his arms around her slender waist. Samui in his small had her arms wrapped around his neck and she pulled herself close to him. Naruto then broke the kiss before he planted the lips on her neck and then began. Yeah, there is a lot of spicy. Yeah, I cannot read that thing out because first it's embarrassing and two, Sama will get angry. So yeah, if you wanna read that part, you can go and read it because I cannot read that part out here because I might get in trouble. Alright, that being said, let's get back into the story. Naru-chan asked Samui. Naruto said, prompting Samui to continue. I was wondering how will you convince Dad to let me go with you? Asked Samui. I have a decent idea. Wanna go ask him now? Naruto said, it is 11. Let's go. Samui said as she sat up and was about to move to the bathroom when she felt Naruto shake his arms around her waist. He then kissed her on the side of her head before saying, get dressed first, only I am allowed to see you like this, he said before he gave her by a squeeze while leaning her back on her neck. Yeah, that's what he did. Samui surrounded even Naruto let her go into the bathroom to get ready. Naruto then proceeded to get ready himself as he used a small water tube to wipe his body before getting dressed. He then got into his usual shinobi wear and waited for Samui to come out. Soon she arrived fully equipped and prepared. She went to the Raikage's tower. Yo, hey Gigi, how is the paperwork coming? Asked Naruto. Soon dropped a small alarm that was thrown at him. Dodged a small alarm clock that was thrown at him. What do you want, brat? Asked. Nothing really. I was just wondering if my future father-in-law was having fun with his paperwork. Naruto cheekily asked that before dodged another article thrown at him. Brat, if you don't get out of here in 5 seconds, I'm going to pound you to the ground. I don't care if you are my daughter's fiance or not. A growled, making Naruto chuckle. He had his future father-in-law right where he wanted him. Since you are so keen on doing the paperwork, I'm sure you don't want to know the answer to solving them, do you? Naruto asked with a sheep-eating grin. In a flash faster than the Hiraian A was in front of him and was violently shaking Naruto's shoulder while he shouted, "Tell me the secret of beating paperwork!" I shake, well, shake, tell, shake, if you shake, you shake. Not a promise, shake, me, shake, a shake, favor, shake, that, you shake, will shake, complete shake, regardlessly shake, of shake, what, shake it, shake is, shake. Naruto managed to speak in between a shaking hands. "Anything, I will do anything, just tell me the secret," A shouted as he stopped shaking Naruto. Do you give me a word?" Naruto amusedly asked. "Yes, I will do anything you ask. Just tell me the secret to defeating the Hell Spawn," A shouted, even though of using clones, despite lightning clone being weaker than shadow clones. I am sure you can get some lightning clones to work the paperwork for you," Naruto said with an amused grin as he saw the look of shock appear on A's face. Samui, who had been standing quietly, took a camera from her open holster before capturing the shocked face of A in a picture. She, however, didn't keep the camera back, as if she was waiting for something to happen. Didn't keep the camera back, as if she was waiting for something to happen. As soon it was revealed that had happened, A started banging his head on banging his head as he shouted, "Stupid, stupid, stupid, stupid!" Samui began the composed position, kept on taking the picture with a stoic look on her face. A then looked at the picture of Sandaime Raikage and cracked madly before he shouted, "Take that, you bastard! I know how to beat the one opponent you lose to. Shove it in your backside." Naruto was snaking at the reaction and wondered if every Kage reacted the same way. He would have to try it with the others soon, especially his friend Kara, who had been sworn in as the Goddamn Kazekage. He had also heard that the rebel in the east had won the civil war thanks to Konoha's intervention. He decided it would be fun to tell the Goddamn Mizukage as well. Samui once again captured its moment of madness on camera without dispelling even an ounce of motion. She then placed the camera back in the holster before looking back at both of the most important meals in her life. "Alright then, Naruto, you earned yourself a favor of me. Anything within my power I will do," A said as he created a few phones and had them start the paperwork. I am cashing in that favor. I was wondering if you would transfer Samui as a permanent envoy to Konoha. She would live with me when I returned to Konoha after the Jonin exams. Naruto respectfully stated as he knew this matter was important as it was related to family, and A was known to be a man who was very protective of his family. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you suggest that I send my daughter to a correct me if I'm wrong, but you suggest that I send my daughter to a foreign village before the date of our wedding?" Asked A. "Yes, and you did agree to perform on favor that I asked you, regardless of what it is." Naruto answered. A stared silently for a few minutes before looking his daughter in the eyes. He mentally asked her what she wanted, and Samui replied by taking a step close to Naruto. Naruto looked at that before he held one of Samui's hand in his own and softly rubbed the back of her hand. Getting his answer, he turned to Naruto and said, "Very well, I will send her as a permanent employee. However, you need to get Tsunade to sign these papers. I am sure that I don't need to tell you, but if you make her cry, I will kill you. He finished with a warning. Seriously, Gigi, we have been together for years now. Do you really think I will do anything to harm her? Naruto asked in expectation. He opened his mouth to retort but couldn't find any answer. He knew how keenly Naruto had maintained his connection with Samui. He had told her everything that happened during their time apart, though later he doubted Naruto would ever make Samui. Though later, through letters, he doubted Naruto would ever make Samui cry. Alright, fine, don't blame me. Blame me I didn't raise her after all. I am entitled to be worried about my daughter. Our stage as Kazekage and Jonin can do change that fact. Jonin cannot change that fact. Aside, I know what you mean, but come on, Gigi, you know, as us Namikaze, if we fell in love, we take it to the grave and do whatever it takes to protect our family. Naruto said with a small smile, a short before saying, "Hey, the her. You guys are impossibly talented along with loyal to the world. It's a shame there aren't many Namikaze around. You know we are a one-man clan. One trained Namikaze is equal to 1,000 fighters on the battlefield." Naruto said with a grin, yeah, whatever, get going, bruh. I will have to have the necessary paperwork ready by the time you return. He said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Naruto nodded with a smile before he led Samui out of the room. "See ya, Gigi, and thanks," Naruto said as he stopped and smiled at A before walking out with Samui. A smiled when he saw the smile on both of the kids' faces. They were moments which will fulfill your life, and he would be damned if he let the council screw this one up with Naruto and Samui. "See, I told you he would agree to it," Naruto said with a grin. "Yes," Samui said before looking at Naruto as if asking an unasked question. Naruto smiled. He knew exactly what Samui wanted to know, and with his ink, we said, We will have those to show our kids who their mental grandparent reacted to how their maternal grandparent reacted to paperwork. You are already imagining, kids?" Samui stoically asked with pink cheeks. Naruto chuckled before wrapping his arms around her shoulder, forcing not to answer her at the moment as they walked back to Naruto's room to prepare for the third test of the Jonin exams. But yeah, that's all for this part. If you never notified for future parts and other what ifs, then the best way is to subscribe me. But yeah, that's all for this video, and yeah, I skipped a few parts because they were too spicy. So if you wanna read those spicy parts, the link to the fanfiction will be in the description like always. But yeah, that's all for this one. I have to see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. Like always, the link to the original fanfiction will be in the description, and the link to my Discord server will also be in the description. That being said, let's get into the video. Naruto, Rebirth of the Yellow Flash, Part 26 and Chapter 26, Exam number 3. Alright everyone, your third task here will be to survive a good 10 days in this moving island. Be aware that these conditions are so severe that only a higher tier S ranked ninjas can even think about going in. If you at any time want to open the scroll that will be given to you, it will receive your summon you to a hospital back in the village. There, Darui said. What makes this place so dangerous that even A-ranked Jonin wishes to avoid it? Neji asks the question that was currently going through everyone's mind. Ah, I am glad you asked. Inside this forest are beasts beast worse than your most feared nightmares. Even things is at everything is at minimum of 10 meters long with various heights. The beasts are accomplished man-eating plants that accompanied man-eating plants that are both alive and poisonous. Consider it this your prey in a land full prey in a land full of predators, and your job will be to survive. Darwin said, I should be fine with my Byakugan, Neji muttered. Me and Akamaru will be fine. We are born for wild. Isn't that right, boy? Akiba said as Akamaru barked in agreement. Sounds interesting. Izan said with a battle-hungry grin. It should be fun done. Naruto muttered, uncool. Samui muttered as he shouted with the Kumo ninja. He shouted with the she stood with the Kumo ninja. I wonder what will happen when we go inside. We will eventually be killed by the large animals, and then Kumo not only loses some of its most promising ninja, but it also attacked by other villagers because of some of these most important ninjas were killed. In the end, everyone ends up killing. Wow! Omoi ranted before he was hit on the head by Karui. Shut up, Omoi. You are embarrassing us, Karui said as she hit Omoi on the head. Everyone sweat dropped at their antics before Karui said, and that's a course for it. If you want to give up now, let us know. If no one wants to quit, we will begin immediately. Now, when no one quit, Darui nodded before signaled everyone to step onto the sealed area. And once everyone stepped on them, they were reverse summoned on the moving turtle island where semi-final test had began already. Interesting. I should team up with others from Konoha. That will increase everyone's chance of survival. Naruto said as he used his sensory abilities to locate Neji's chakra signature before running towards it. Moving towards the signature, he soon saw Neji throw a few shurikens that hit a plant that was coming up from behind him. Neji looked back and said, "Thank you." Now nodding, Naruto said, "Neji, let's gather up the other guys and team up. I will be able to set up a few skills that will help us survive against this place." I agree. So what should we do? Asked Neji. I want you to use your Byakugan to find Izan and Kiba. They are out of my sensory range. Naruto introduced as Neji nodded before turning around and saying, Byakugan! Activating his eyes, he sent more chakra into them and started increasing his range of sight. Around 3 kilometers later, he found Kiba and said, "I have found Kiba. He is 3 kilometers north of us and is in trouble." "Well, then let's go to him," Naruto said as both him and Neji disappeared in bursts of speed. Around a few minutes later, they came across a clearing where Kiba is contending against a few giant wolves. Naruto looks over to Neji and said, "I will stun them. You go in for the kill." Neji nodded as Naruto ran up to them and waved through numerous hand seals and said, "Lightning style, electromagnetic murder." The lightning beam then stunned the 3 killing wolves as Neji in the few fast mirror as he says, "You are in my field of vision." Die. 8 tetragram 128 bombs. All three wolves get hit on their vital organs as they flew down and started twitching. Naruto then turned to Kiba and said, Yo, what are you doing here? Naruto Kiba asked Kiba, saving your ass. Apparently, Naruto said with a smirk, knowing that it would get to Inuzuka's ego. Why, Iora? That Kiba grumbled, but was stopped by Neji, who asked, We are here to group up. It will improve our chances of passing these exams without any major problems. Neji said, making Kiba nod in understanding. So what's the plan? Asked Kiba. We use our sensory. We use your sense of smell to locate Izan and then find a safe cave. After which we can set up camp. Naruto said, Alright then, give me a few moments. He is 500 meters to our east, Kiba said after he sniffed the air and located Izan's center. Moving towards the soon saw him. He took out a giant serpent before gracefully landing on the cleaning ground. He then turned around when he felt the familiar chakra signature of his friend and said, Yo, guys, what are you doing here? Not to mention why are you together? He asked. I was thinking it would be a good idea for all of us to stick together for the survival test. If their places is in a Jonin level exam, it means it's serious business. Naruto replied, I see, that makes perfect sense. So what do we do next now that all of us have met up with each other? Asked Izan. We find an empty cave and set up camp. I will set up some protective barrier seals that will keep any danger out and give us enough safety until the test ends. Naruto said, That makes sense. Follow me. I saw a cave not far from here when I was exploring the area to get used to the layout, Izan said as he began leading the group of four to the cave. After a few minutes of jumping through the trees, the Konoha group finally reached a large cave opening. Naruto stood and held his hand up as he said, Give a smell for any abnormalities. Neji used a vacuum to see how far does it go and if there are anything that needs to be taken care of. Both of them nodded before they started doing what was instructed of them. It was then that Naruto decided to ask Kyuubi for help. Nito-san, you feel any negative emotion coming from that place? He mentally asked Kurama. No, kid. This is very good. No speak of negativity intent coming from the cave. Though it is hard to tell since this place is littered with negative intent, I would advise you to keep a vigilant watch, Kurama said as Naruto nodded before he looked over at his friends and waited for them to be done with their scouting. So what's the situation? Asked Naruto. It's clear as far as I can see. The smell. Neither me nor Akamaru have found anything that could be of danger if we decided to set in this cave for the remainder of the 10 days. Kiba explained. Naruto nodded before he looked over at Neji with a questioning glance in his eyes. Neji understood. It's clean. It's around 1 kilometer deep and has currently nothing inhabiting it. Alright then, Kagebusha no Jutsu. Naruto said out as 20 clones came in existence. He looked at the clones and said, 5 of you go and scout the terrain of the cave, while the remaining 15 of you start working on protective barrier seals, making all of them at around level 6 or 7. The clones nodded before they began their work. In a few minutes everything was set up. When the seals were applied, Naruto clapped his hands and said, Namikaze style, barrier queen. The seals glowed for a moment before an invasive barrier was erupted. He turned to his important team and said, "Make yourselves at home. I doubt there is anything to do on this island that can break through This level 7 barrier flowing jutsu is actually pretty cool. Remind me to start it when I go back to Konoha. Izan commented as Kiba and Neji entered the cave, leaving the two best friends alone. I will be happy to teach it to you if you call me Naruto Sensei. Naruto said with a smirk, I have no problems with that. At least I can claim to be the Hokage's student when you finally get that hat. Izan said with a marking smirk. No thanks. Izan for no thanks. Izan for yeah, no thanks. Izan for everything. You have stuck by me since no, thanks, Izan, for everything. You have stuck by me since I was a kid. I don't think I would have survived if you weren't there for me, and most of all from acknowledgement my dream and not making fun of it. Naruto said in a honest voice, hey, it's no big deal. I got a brother out of it, and there is nothing more that matters. In the end, we will know as the strongest duo in Konoha's history after Soidame and Midame-sama's time. Izan, Izan said with a grin as both of them fist bumped and started walking towards the cave opening. Suddenly, Naruto stopped and looked into the forest. Izan, seeing that, raised an eyebrow and said, "What's wrong? I felt a disturbance in the relationship that I placed on my fiancée. She is in danger, and I am not from something in the forest. And not from something in the forest. Here, take this. I am going to rescue her," Naruto said as he handed Izan a three-pronged kunai before he disappeared in a yellow flash. Elsewhere, alright, let's go both of these to Orochimaru. Alright, let's get both of these horses to Orochimaru, Sayuri said as she and two of her two teammates had an unconscious Samui and Iwa Konoichi bound on their shoulders. Why do I have to carry them? A white-haired boy with shark-like teeth asked. Because Sayuri started but was unable to finish as a bright yellow flash light up the area as Naruto appeared before punching Shigetsu back and grabbing both Konoichis as he jumped back. Well, look what the cat dragged in. What are you doing here, Namikaze? Asked Sarui with a crazed grin. You do know you are closing all the doors of my possible return to Konoha with this incident, right? Asked Naruto as if I want to return. Orochimaru is giving power that Konoha failed to give me. Now leave before we kill you. Sayuri growled at him. Hey, you are acting pretty mighty if you think you can beat me. Apart from your track, both of you are A rank. I am a classified S rank. You can't beat me, Naruto said with a smile, knowing it would get under the skin of the Uchiha. How dare you? She roared as she laughed at Naruto and swinging the Kusigan at him. Kasanigi at him. Naruto merely unsealed his sword as he parried her strike before hitting her in the stomach. He then looked at her and jointly said, "How pathetic! You haven't grown at all. Itachi-sensei will kill you if that's all that you can offer." Naruto finished with a scoff. Sayuri growled in frustration and was about to unseal the cursed seal that was stopped when the red-haired girl in her group said, "Stop! If you use that seal, we will attract more ninjas. He is strong enough on his own. We don't need any other interruption." I am curious. What are the little pets of the snake doing in a place like this? I'm sure you would have founded plenty of experimental subjects in other areas. So why here? Naruto thoughtfully spoke as he created several clones and had them guard Samui and the Iwa Kunoichi who had just woke up. I don't see why you are saving them. They aren't from Konoha. To get through to ask me, I don't need a reason to save someone from that snake. If I could help, we would have no one to experiment on. Naruto said both of the Konoichi had a similar thought process. Naruto, I knew you would come from me. Naruto, Samui softly thought I was wrong about him. If anyone was a monster, it was Iwa who wanted to harm him because of something that wasn't even his fault. The Iwa Kunoichi thought. Anyway, let's get this show on the road, Naruto said as he gave a small smirk and activated his eternal Mokikyo Sharingan. Sayuri closed when she saw those eyes and slightly shivered when she saw the four elongated shurikens in his eyes. He grinned when he saw that reaction and said, "Now, why don't the three of you run along? It will make things easier for you." When the three didn't move, he disappeared in a burst of speed and cut the tree down. However, he was surprised instead of the original ninjutsu, there were three unknowns. The he narrowed his eyes as realization hit him. That was a strange clone technique. I need to talk to some expert, but for now, Naruto thought before he turned around and hurriedly moved to check on Samui and the Iwa Konoichi. Undoing their binding, he said, "Are you guys all right?" He said, "Yeah, we are fine." The Iwa Kunoichi said, "What exactly happened?" asked Naruto. "I was thinking of joining up with Omoi and Karui when the three of them attacked and knocked me out," Sarui stoically said. Naruto sighed when he heard her. He knew she was downright furious on herself right now. Turning to the Iwa Kunoichi, what's your story and name?" The girl suffered and said, "My name is Karotsuchi, the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Those three attacked me when I was setting up camp. Normally I would have been fine, but I lost my equipment, causing me to lose." "I see, here you go, Karuchan," Naruto said as he threw two scrolls at Karotsuchi, who blushed at the use of the affectionate nickname before asking what is in these scrolls. "Oh, some extra equipment I packed. It should last you the 10 days," Naruto said as the Kunoichi nodded in thanks before turning around and jumping for into the distance. As soon as she was away, Naruto turned to Samui and slammed his lips on her as he tightly held her after breaking away from the kiss. He hugged her tightly as he rapped, Thank Kami, I got here in time. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened to you." The fear and relief in his voice began to invent motion. "I am sorry. It was uncool of me to get caught. I dropped my guard. It wouldn't happen again," Samui said in a stoic voice, but her eyes had a soft look to them. "Okay, let's go to my camp. I have set up seals there," Naruto said. "All right. By the way, how will we go there?" asked Samui. "Well, I want you to brace yourself before you will feel very distorted. I know I did when I first used the move," Naruto said. What are Samui started but was unable to finish as both of them disappeared in a bright flash of yellow light. But yeah, that's all for this video. If you want to be notified for other part and other fan fiction reading, then you know the best way is by subscribing. But yeah, that's all for this one. I hope to see you in the next part. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. Like always, the link to the original post will be in the description, and the link to my server, Discord server, will also be in the description. So if you want, come and join me on Discord. Yeah, that being said, let's get into the video. Naruto, Rebirth of the Yellow Flash. For Pilogged 4th exam. Izan was sitting near the opening of the cave. He had been for quite a while. As soon as Naruto left half an hour ago, Izan had taken to sitting outside and waiting. However, his waiting was short-lived when Naruto appeared in a flash with a Kumoko no Ichi. Samui didn't feel so good, no, that was putting it lightly. She felt she had been hit by one of Tsunade's high-powered punches. As soon as they appeared, she went on her knees and puked. Naruto stood behind her waiting with an apologetic look on his face as he softly rubbed her back, trying to ease her discomfort. What what the hell was that? Samui whistled in between pants as she tried to gain some of the feeling in her body. What you just experienced was the flying thunder god. Naruto sagely answered, "How the hell can you use it so frequently if that is what happens for you just one jump?" Izan explained as he pointed towards a huffing and pale Samui. "I have seals on my body that makes my walking feel similar to swimming in just I have seals on my bodies that makes my walking feel similar to swimming up against a waterfall. My body is much steadier than it looks," Naruto answered, not stopping his staring on Samui for even a second. "Makes no sense. So what are you going to do?" asked Izan. "Wait the 10 days out before the last test. Since we are safe and unattackable, it should be a breeze," Naruto said as he stood up and as he lifted Samui up in a princess carrier. He made sure not to make her feel any more uncomfortable as he carried her into the cave with Izan following closely. Time skip 10 days. It had been 10 days and the candidates had further further thinned. Now the total of Jonin hopefully that remained were 12, with 4 from Konoha, 4 from Kumo, and 4 from Iwa, 1 from Suna, and 1 from Kiri. All of the remaining were worn out. Hopefully stood in front of his smirking Darui, who said, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the third test of our zoning exams. Now I will explain to you the names of the fourth and final test." He then stopped for a few moments, looking around to see if there were any questions from the candidates in front of him. When none came, he cleared his throat and continued. "The fourth and final test will be a recap of the third exam of the Chunin exams. It will be like a tournament where you will face each other. Any questions?" Daru asked. "Just one. Will there be a preliminary round like the last time around?" asked Naruto. "No. Since the number of candidates we have is within the minimum requirements, there will be no need for any preliminary round," Darui replied. "When does this tournament begin?" Katsuchi asked as she stood next to the other Yuan. In 2 months' time," Darui asked in a cynical tone. "May we know why it takes so long time?" The Kiri Ninja Chojiro asked. "Yes, you may. The Jonin exams are on a whole other horizon when compared to the Chunin exams. The raw power attributed during a battle can also destroy an ordinary stadium, so we need the 2 months to create an idea of fighting a real. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Asked Darui. The only question he received was nods from the young ninja in front of him. He then finished as he said, "Well, that was that. All of you may leave the venue, and the part at the time of the fourth exam will be delivered to you 1 week before the exam. Use the time to prepare well." The young ninja nodded before they one by one disappeared. Naruto, however, just grabbed hold of Samui before he flashed away to her apartment. He very keen to getting some rest, very keen to getting some rest at the apartment. I will never get used to that. Samui gruntly with a laugh as the blonde couple landed into her apartment. "I'm sorry about that," Naruto said as he took Samui into his arms, with lightly kissing her on the lips. Samui, in response, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. The bromance makes out series was stopped when Naruto said, "Well, I'm going to get a shower, after which I will cook something for us." Samui nodded as she watched Naruto head towards the shower. A few minutes later, she got an idea and gave a small smirk before she started stripping off her own clothes and then following after Naruto into the shower. She slowly opened the door and saw Naruto standing under the shower with his back turned. She gasped softly after seeing the scars on his back. Naruto heard the gasp but didn't turn around and kept on looking ahead. He knew that one day he would have to reveal his scars to Samui, so why not now instead of the future? Soon after, he felt two soft and large mountains large mountain pressing against his back as a warm and soft body wrapped itself around him. Samui then quietly rapped, "What happened to you?" "These scars were the result of me being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi soul. The people of Konoha saw me as the demon reincarnate and taught me when I was a kid. The Sandeme did protect me well after the last session, but the scars never really faded." Naruto answered in a soft voice, "Why didn't you tell me?" Samui asked. "I was scared. You are the best thing to ever happen to me. I didn't want to lose you. I was afraid that you'd leave me if you knew that what I contained." He softly replied, "Would never hate you. I have a sense as a Jinchuriki. I know that they are not what they contain." Samui answered with a whisper as she cried into his back. Despite it dripped the water from the shower, Naruto was able to feel the tears on his back. He then turned around before pulling the crying girl into his arms. He softly smiled as he held her lightly, rocking to make her calm down. Why do you not cry or even rant about those scars? You didn't deserve them," she said while sobbing. Hey, those moments and scars happened to me to be a man I am today. Being this way brought me to you. I, for one, wouldn't change anything because I got the best thing possible for it in change. And that's you," Naruto said as he lightly kissed the top of her head. Samui giggled in between her tears, causing her to give out a funny sound. "Baka, look at what you did. You made me sound like a pig." "Well, I may be a baka, but I am your baka," Naruto said as he wiped away her tears and kissed her on the lips. He then pulled her into his chest and lightly held on her. Samui, in response, wrapped her arms around him, not wanting to let him go. Small lime. Naruto then said, "By the way, Yu-chan, why did you come in here?" Naruto asked in a playful voice. I wanted to shower with you," Samui replied with a blush as he felt Naruto against her yeah, I'm gonna um um yeah, that's all. And the next is not good, not good. YouTube somehow will kick me out of the site, so I'm not gonna be reading those parts. And if you want, just go on the link to the post will be in the description. Just go and read it for yourself, because I cannot read that thing out on this platform at least if I wanna stay here. So yeah, I would have dropped the story, but the story is almost ended. There are only 2 or 3 parts left, so I'm just gonna finish this and never look back onto this. Yeah, but yeah, that's all for this one. If you want to be notified for other parts and other fan fiction reading, then the best way is subscribing. I hope to see you in the next one. Bye bye.
Time skip 2 months. Welcome to the final test of these Jonin exams. You will be randomly called as your names appear on the screen. This arena is a special arena with variable conditions from the 5 elements acting as traps randomly throughout the fight. Any questions? All of your respective kages are present along with the daimyos, so remember to be put in your best performances, said Darui as he pointed up to 2 boxes. One had all the kages while the daimyos sat in the other one. Naruto spotted both Tsunade and Shiro and gave a respectful nod in their direction, an action that was imitated by the other hopefuls as well. What did you mean when you said elemental traps? Asked Naruto. Exactly what it sounds. Around random times in your matches an elemental attack will be unleashed upon you by the seals in the arena. The element will also be randomly decided by the screen with your matches. Any questions? Asked Darui. When no one spoke, Darui spoke up and said, "Alright, then we will begin the first set of matches. Look at the screen." As he finished, the screen glowed and the names, Namikaze Naruto vs Aizen Sarutobi, along with the kanji for wind appeared on the screen. "Oh, what do you know?" Naruto said with a massive grin. "Awesome," Aizen said as both of them jumped into the arena and began cracking their necks and fingers getting ready for the match. Looking at Aizen, Naruto said, "How much power are we going to display?" "Anything barring Sage Mode goes," Aizen replied. Darui then signaled the match to begin and quickly jumped out of the way. He could tell that both the young men in front of him were S ranks and had no interest in getting caught in their battle's crossfire. Immediately the emotion melted of the faces of both ninjas and they stared at each other with battle-hardened expressions. After a few moments of stillness, both of them disappeared in bursts of speeds and met in the center of the arena as they engaged in a high-tier taijutsu match. Naruto was focusing on high-speed quick punches while dodging Aizen powerful hits. Both of them had the arsenal to change when they needed but didn't. It was the beginning after all. Aizen then managed to get a strong punch in that Naruto blocked as he crossed his arms over his chest. Both of them then separated and created a little distance between themselves. All the other hopefuls bearing Niji, Samui, Kuratsuchi and Chojiro looked on surprised. "I see you haven't been slacking, Aizen. Your punches are stronger than before," Naruto commented as he moved his hands to rid them of the slight numbness he was feeling. "The same can be said about you. Your speed despite your seals has increased many-fold. So how are we going to continue?" Aizen asked back. "Let's get rid of our restrictions. It's all out from here onwards. Ninjutsu, Bojutsu, Kenjutsu, bloodlines, everything is out in the open," Naruto said as clapped his hands together and removed all of his restriction seals. Aizen in response nodded and started removing all his chakra weight bracelets before throwing them over to Niji, who deftly caught them. Naruto then opened his eyes as his Sharingan flared to life as several chains escaped his back. He then unsheathed his sword and looked over to Aizen, who had his bow staff out and was in position. However, before they could attack each other, several wind blades were fired from the walls, prompting both the young nins to cut down the wind. So that's how it works, huh? I am pretty sure that the traps will only get more and more intense as the match progress. Karatu-san, try noting a pattern, Naruto said as he focused over to Aizen. Kurama grunted in response and started sensing over in the surroundings. Naruto then created several Kage Bunshin before all of them simultaneously disappeared using the transparency jutsu. Aizen raised his eyebrow at the maneuver but didn't comment on it. He however did start paying more attention to the surroundings. A hidden Naruto was a very dangerous thing. Without a word to each other both of them charged. Soon however the Kages could tell that Naruto was the one having the upper hand in this exchange. Naruto with his Sharingan and chakra chains was able to send in extra attacks all the while predicting Aizen's moves. Aizen was holding up well but he knew that if the current round continued any longer he would lose. He then jumped back and created a little distance before he went through one-handed signs and shouted, "Fire-style Fire Dragon Jutsu," as he finished a colossal fire dragon escaped his mouth and flew towards Naruto. Naruto in response held up his hand and shouted, "Space-time absorption Fuin." As soon he finished the fire dragon was absorbed into the seal on his hand. However he didn't have time to take a break as Aizen swung down his staff at him. Suddenly Aizen was forced to dodge a lightning ball that was fired from the side. Shit, I almost forgot about his invisible clones. He thought as he created a little distance between them. Kid, it's coming now. Kurama told him as Naruto nodded before jumping up. As soon as the air blast was released, Naruto released the fire dragon and created a collaboration as he fired it at Aizen, who channeled chakra into his staff and cut the dragon in half. However before he could react he found cold steel on his back and saw two of Naruto's clones holding kunais on his neck. He sighed knowing he was defeated. He then raised his hand in surrender and sealed his bowstaff. Naruto smiled at his best friend and rival and offered him a hand, which Aizen took wholeheartedly. "I knew I shouldn't have held back," Aizen said as he was pulled back. "Don't look at me, I told you to go for it," Naruto replied as the duo walked back to the contestant room. "Kage box. That was a very good fight," I commented. "I agree, both of them did show a splendid amount of skill and planning," Mei said. "Both of them have shown enough to be promoted. Though I am a little miffed that Konoha has yet another yellow flash and a shinobi no kami in the making," Anoki said, drawing a small glare from Tsunade, who didn't say anything. "Both of them have my vote for the promotion," Gaara said, getting nods from the others around him. Back to the field. Naruto Namikaze qualifies to the next round. We now begin our second round. Please look over to the screen, Darui said. As he finished, the names Samui Yatsuki and Kiba Inazaka shown along with the kanji of Earth on the screen. Naruto looked at Kiba and said, "Good luck out there, dog breath, you'll need it." Kiba grumbled but didn't say anything. He knew exactly how strong Samui was. After all, she had matched Naruto with his Sage mode at one time. And he was sure that she had grown stronger since then. Naruto then turned to Samui and blew a kiss towards her, making her blush slightly. She too followed after Kiba into the arena. Seeing both the contestants on the field, Darui signaled for the match to begin before jumping away. Kiba immediately turned Akamaru into his clone and then threw him 4 kunai. He then went into his 4-legged jutsu and held a kunai in each leg. Both the Kibas then launched themselves at Samui and started attacking in much more dangerous and erratic manner than the usual Inazaka style. Naruto had to say he was impressed. Someone without the Sharingan would be really hard-pressed to fight someone with Kiba's style. However, he had faith in both his girlfriend and classmate that they would put on a good show. Samui remained blank as she dodged Kiba's attacks before she pulled out her sword and began slashing as fought back against Kiba's charge. Naruto whistled. He hadn't seen Samui fight since he came to Kumo, since all they had done was mushy stuff and training alone to prepare of the exams. He knew that she had improved, but seeing her move was as if she had picked up pattern and could predict Kiba's movements. Heck, her mere movement had the sharpness that resembled a shiny katana cutting through the air. She wasn't making any extra moves, keep it to bare simple, as she kept up with Kiba's pace without any chakra. This fact made Naruto smile. He knew that if he and Samui fought again it would account for yet another interesting battle. Kiba jumped back as he growled a bit. However, before he could continue his assault, a large wall came in between them, signaling the activation of the arena trap. Kiba held back and slowed down in weight as he decided to survey how his opponent would react. He then quickly had Akamaru use a headhunter jutsu to get underneath the ground in weight of a trap. Samui, on the other hand, already was aware that Kiba couldn't beat her in a head-on fight and would try to trap her in a way. She smirked a bit to herself and decided to give Kiba what he wanted, a chance to trap her. She then charged at the wall and cut a hole through it as she dashed towards Kiba at high speeds while throwing a kunai into a nearby wall, surprising everyone except the Kages, who had already guessed the logic behind Samui's thinking. Just as she neared Kiba, Naruto activated his Sharingan and watched the battle in a slow pace. Time seemed to slow as Akamaru burst from the ground behind Samui. After that, both Kiba and Akamaru swung their kunais at Samui, who smirked slightly before she replaced herself with the kunai threw earlier. Samui then went through one-handed hand seals before she coolly said, "Raitan Kangekiha." A very large wave of lightning left her hands before it engulfed both Akamaru and Kiba, both of whom roared in pain, before which they felling down and started twitching. Darui announced Samui as the winner as the medics came in and carried Kiba away. Samui then coolly walked back to the contestant room. Kage's box. "I must say your daughter has improved leaps and bounds since the Chunin exams, Raikage Dano," Gaara said. "Naturally. She is a kunoichi who takes her training very seriously. I dare say that she is among the favorites to win this tournament," I said with a smirk. "Kuro-chan will be the winner today," Anoki said with a confident smirk. "I wouldn't count out Chojiro just yet. He is a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and was personally trained by me," Mei interjected. "While I'd love to continue this dick measuring contest, we do need to decide on the promotions from the second fight," Tsunade cut in calmly. "Fine then. If I'd say the Samui girl deserves her promotion, she easily saw through the Inazaka's trap and set a trap within his trap. Not to mention she had the skill to back it up," Anoki said, getting nods of agreement from around the room. "The Inazaka brat, however, I don't think he is ready. He may have shown the right amount of skill and a little planning, but he did not display a fallback plan," I added, once again eliciting nods from around the room. Back to the arena. Next match, Niji Hyuga from Konoha vs Ken from Kumo, Darui announced as Nkaki. Kumo Nin jumped over and smirked at Niji, who stoically walked towards the arena. Naruto almost chuckled at the way Niji was walking. Niji wasn't weak, and even Aizen was wary of him, which spoke volumes of his skills. Not to mention that Niji had become one of Tsunade's apprentices and had been taught many things by the slug Sannin. The fact had surprised Naruto for a while, but it soon died down since he knew that Niji's talent must forced him to look for additional skills. Darui then announced the start of match. As soon as he jumped, Niji disappeared in speeds that matched Naruto's and reappeared in front of Ken. He then reared back his fist and launched a punch at Ken. However, he stopped his punch just an inch from Ken's face. As he did, a strong gust from the mere force of his punch sent Ken's protector flying. Ken's face had turned to a ghastly white as he shakily turned around and paled even further. On the wall was an imprint of Niji's hand that had been caused by the mere force of his blow. Ken knew that if he continued he'd be in a world of pain. He then quickly raised his hand and said, "Proctor, I quit. How do you expect me to fight something like that?" Darui nodded with a sigh and said, "Winner Niji Hyuga." Niji gave him an arrogant smirk before walking back to the contestant room. Inside the room. "Era Niji-kun, what were you trying to do?" asked Naruto in a teasing tone and a sly smirk. "I don't know what you mean, Naruto-kun." Niji replied in a similar tone. "You know I want to fight you after the incident you pulled just now," Naruto said as he looked over to the field. Niji snorted before saying, "Why do you think I did that?" "It was a message to you to get your ass ready." Getting a grin from Naruto in response. Kage box. Well, that was disappointing. How did that boy even get past the 2 tests? Asked Tsunade. I didn't say anything and grumbled about nosy council members. The Kages decided to hold on to Niji's promotion until future rounds as his match could hardly be described as a fight. Back to the arena. The screen then flashed the names of Omoi and Chojiro with a kanji of water written on it. Both the swordsmen nodded to themselves. The element in question could be manipulated to favor both of them. Both of them silently made their way into the arena as they contemplated battle plans in their brains. Darui looked at both of the competitors before asking them if they were ready. Upon seeing their nods he jumped away before signaling the match. Both Omoi and Chojiro rushed towards each other beginning a sword fight. Omoi using the Kyumo twin blade style while Chojiro was using the Hiramaki-eye. Naruto whistled at Kojiro's movements. Despite him carrying a very large blade, he was easily able to move at similar speeds to Omoi. While Omoi was not as good as Samui, his pace and skills were frightening to say the least. The Kenjutsu clash remained for a few minutes with Chojiro gaining the upper hand with every passing moment. What was surprising to say was that Chojiro hardly looked as if he was trying. Omoi on the other hand was struggling to keep up now. Contestant stand. Whistle I didn't think there was a Kenjutsu practitioner our age who was good as me. Naruto said with a whistle. You really should keep your mouth shut, Namikaze. Just wait, I will kick your sorry ass. Karui said with a growl. I am sorry to say, Karui, but my fine ass is already taken. Naruto replied with a charming smile as wrapped one of his hands around Samui. Both girls blushed, one at his words and the other at his hug. Karui then growled at him in annoyance while he merely whistled innocently. Back to the arena. It was at this moment that the seals on the arena activated themselves once again before firing several fast streams of water towards the two competitors. Omoi took the advantage of this and broke the Kenjutsu battle and was about to use a lightning jutsu. However, before he could cast it, Kojiro's sword extended and flew towards him at astonishing speeds. Omoi cursed before he dodged the incoming blade with a shushin and landed on the water floor. However, this turned out to be a mistake as Chojiro quickly weaved through hand seals and said, water-style water prison jutsu. And such before Chojiro could react, he was trapped in a circular water prison. Sighing internally, he nodded towards Darui, signaling that he had lost and conceded the match. Darui accepted the call and announced Chojiro as the winner. Chojiro nodded before walking back to the contestants. Kage box. That was very impressive from your ninja Mizukage Dano. His control over his skill definitely warrants his promotion. Gaara said, eliciting nods of agreement from the other Kage. Mei, however, had a very pleased gleam in her eyes. Back to arena. The screen once again flashed, revealing the names of Karui and Matsuri. The kanji revealed was once again wind. Naruto, being the genius, had already worked out who the winner would be. The whole match had points to Matsuri's victory. She was a Kage's apprentice, had a wind affinity which was superior to Karui's lightning. Not to mention she would also be able to use the traps to her advantage when they arrived into the mix. In short, Karui was in for a disappointing loss. Down in the arena, Darui, after the contestants gave their consent to start the match, jumped away. The match began when Matsuri opened up her assault with a wide range of wind jutsu. She did show her mastery with the fact that Karui was soon overwhelmed and had lost the match when a great breakthrough sent her into the wall. The impact was enough to send her into the folds of a blissful unconsciousness. Darui then jumped down and began checking on Karui. After confirming her unconscious state, he called in the medics to lead her away to the medic tent. He then announced Matsuri to be the winner, which made the bubbly Suna Nin skip back into the contestants' ward with a whistle. Kage box. You have taught your apprentice well, Kazekage Dano. Karui was one of my better chunins. I grunted. Indeed it is. I had only hoped her attitude would have changed just a bit. Gaara stoically said. Now some cheeriness is needed in a dark world like ours. Tsunade said, getting an enthusiastic agreement from Mei, while the three male Kages just grunted in response. Back in the arena. Since the last two IWA Nin were the final two competitors for the last two spots, both automatically qualified for the semi-finals. Darui then stepped up and said, "From now we shall follow the traditional tournament style. The names shall be shuffled to find your matches for the quarter-finals, after which they go on. And after each round the number of elements in a single match will increase. Come back tomorrow for your matches to begin." Thank you. Darui said before waving the young Nins of. Everyone shuffled out of the arena, keen to get in some rest before the tournament tomorrow. Naruto simply grabbed Samui by the waist and disappeared in a flash, leaving his friends to shake their heads at the antics. The next day, welcome to final day of the Jonin exams. Please step forward when your names are displayed on the big screen. Darui said as he called for everyone's attention. The Kages, normal civilians, everyone was waiting in anticipation to see just what sort of moves would be seen today. The board started ticking away and soon the very first battle was announced. It was going to feature Naruto versus Matsuri. Our first match will be between Namikaze Naruto of Konoha versus Matsuri of Suna. Darui announced. Hoa Wind Mistress Ha. I wonder how well Gaara has taught her. I always wanted to test myself against someone who had similar elements to me. Naruto inwardly thought as he let a small smirk break out on his face. Without a word he shushened right in front of Darui and calmly waited for his opponent to arrive. Matsuri soon came to a sliding stop as she had opted to take the longer route rather than the shorter one like Naruto had. Darui stared at the two before he brought his hand down and said, "Begin." Futon Kaze no Yaiba. Matsuri said as she made the first move and fired of a strong jutsu at Naruto, who merely sidestepped to dodge it. However, Matsuri was unperturbed by this fact and continued firing of some dangerous jutsus at Naruto. Her serious expression and keenness in attacking showed that she wanted to get this fight over as soon as possible. She knew Naruto was possibly the best fighter in the arena and needed to get everything over in a jiffy. However, the reality of the difference in their levels came crashing down on her when she felt cold steel of a blade on her neck. As soon as she felt that, the Naruto in front of her simmered into nothingness, showing that it was a genjutsu. "When did you get me in a genjutsu?" She gasped out in shock. "Darling, you were under my genjutsu the moment you looked into my eyes. It's a little technique that my sensei taught, though he can do it in a much more efficient manner. Now could you please give in, the fight is over." Naruto said with a shrug. "You are right. I give." Matsuri said as she waved over to Darui, who nodded his head before he announced. Winner of the round, Naruto Namikaze from Konoha. Stands. Well, there's another thing you need to be careful about when facing him. Niji muttered. I swear that guy never gets out of tricks. Karui said from the civilian stands. Hey, you should have seen that coming. He does have the best genjutsu practitioner in the elemental nations as his sensei. He was bound to pick up more than a few tricks. Kiba said as he and the other disqualified contestants watched on. Kagebox. Why is that brat even in these exams? His level alone makes him at the very least low S ranked. Anoki grumbled at Naruto's smooth use of yet another shinobi department. That is pretty simple. He did not want to wait for a field promotion, and since the Jonin exams were around me and Tsunade-san recommended him to take said exams. I answered calmly. And how do you all that Reikage Dano? Asked Mei, her voice laced with curiosity. Well, the brat did spend the last few months with his fiancée in Kumo. Said fiancée so happens to be my daughter. I answered, making Mei the Mizukage bob her head in agreement. Let's move on to the next round, shall we? Gaara said, getting nods of agreement from around the room. Back to the Aryan. The screen was once again in motion and then announced the next two names for the upcoming fight. The next fight will be in between Akatsuchi from IWA and Niji Hyuga from Konoha. Both of you please make way to the fighting area. Both the Jonin hopefuls disappeared in their own versions of the Shushin no Jutsu before they reappeared in the center of the field and began staring each other down. Darui signaled for the match to begin, and immediately Akatsuchi weaved through a few hand seals before clapping his hands and shouting. Earth-style earth armor jutsu. As soon as he finished, his whole body was covered in an armor made of rock. Without wasting a moment he started attacking Niji, who gracefully dodged each jab, swipe and whatnot. What many people outside Konoha didn't know was that Niji was not your ordinary Hyuga. While he was prodigious in the clan arts, he didn't keep himself limited to that. He had completed the elemental manipulation of two elements and was a frequent user of both ninjutsu and genjutsu, a fact that irked Hisashi Hyuga to no end. Niji blocked another punch from Akatsuchi before he jabbed his palm into Akatsuchi's chest and shouted, "Air palm." The move caused Akatsuchi to go flying back, however he did not have time to react as Niji crossed his fingers and shouted, "Shadow clone jutsu." Two clones appeared next to him in identical puffs of smoke. And in a burst of speed all three Nijis burst into motion and attacked Akatsuchi at the same time. Akatsuchi was able to block the strikes of the clones from the side but was hit with a chakra-enhanced punch that sent him flying high into the air. All three of the Nijis then jumped into the air before weaving through hand signs. A ray lightning then connected itself among the three before it shone even brighter and brighter before it left the three Nijis and went onto Akatsuchi's, who roared in pain as the lightning cascaded his armor and hit him head-on. The attack caused Akatsuchi to lose his consciousness. Niji landed in front of the unconscious Iwa Nin and looked down on his fallen body before saying, "Lightning release death zone." Winner by knockout, Niji Hyuga from Konoha. Darui stated as the medics took Akatsuchi up to the infirmary. Up in the contestant and normal stands. Hey, now that's an unusual Hyuga right there. Naruto said with a chuckle. That he is. Samui said with a nod. I never thought I would ever see a Hyuga resort to ninjutsu. Kurostuchi muttered. And here comes the man of the hour. It seems you're as strong as you claim to be, Niji. Ninjutsu? You've got me stumped, brother. Naruto said good-naturedly as Niji climbed back up in the contestants' box. What can I say? I am not accustomed to giving out empty statements. And the fact that my style pisses of the Hyuga elders is an even bigger plus point in my books. Niji said with a shrug. Kagebox. I'd never thought I'd see a Hyuga be so proficient with ninjutsu. I have to say, color me impressed. I said, garnering a few vacant chuckles from around the room. Trust me, it's actually hilarious to see the Hyuga elders twitch at his very mention. Tsunade said with a smirk. As much as I hate to admit that Brat is definitely worth being called a Jonin. He'll make a very good asset for your village. Anoki said with a grumble. He just couldn't believe Konoha's luck. They once again had at least 4 or 5 new possible S-ranked ninjas in their ranks. Mei on the other hand was glad to be in an alliance with Konoha and further with Kyumo. The civil war had left them drained and this alliance in itself was more than enough security for the village. Gaara however just gave out a small smirk as he was very happy to see that his friends were coming along very nicely. Back in arena. The next match will be in between Samui Yatsuki of Kyumo and Kuratsuchi from IWA. Please make way to the field. Darui said, announcing the next and final match for the day. Both kunoichi made their way onto the fighting field and stared each other down. Simultaneously both of them nodded their heads in acknowledgments and good luck to each other before entering their open stances. Samui with her sword while Kuratsuchi readied her kunai. Begin. Darui called out before jumping away. Both the girls charged at each other in blurs of speed before they began clashing. The sound of steel clashing could be heard as both girls battled for dominion and tried to overpower the other. This continued for a while after which Samui got the upper hand because of her kenjutsu and began pushing Kuratsuchi back. Kuratsuchi decided to create a little distance between herself and Samui and weaved through one-hand signs before whispering Earth-style rock club jutsu. Kuratsuchi then parried one of Samui's swings to the side with her kunai before she jabbed her fist, which was now coated with rocks, at Samui. Samui in a flash of speed and flexibility brought her sword forward and intercepted the jab. This did save her from some of the damage but was not enough to keep her near Kuratsuchi as she was pushed back due to the force of the punch. Both girls stared at each other before weaving through hand signs. Water-style water dragon jutsu. Samui shouted. Earth-style earth dragon jutsu. Kuratsuchi. Both the respective elemental dragons collided head-on causing an explosion and resulted in dust floating around. Both kunoichi however ran out of said dust at the same time and began firing their jutsus at one another. Lightning-style lightning wolf. Samui called out. Fire-style grand fireball jutsu. Kuratsuchi shouted back. Water-style exploding torrents. Samui said. Earth-style earth spikes. Kuratsuchi retaliated. When both girls realized that their normal jutsus wouldn't work, both girls mentally decided to use their final attacks and end the fight. Storm release mighty storm dragon jutsu. Samui called out. Lava-style lava golem jutsu. Kuratsuchi roared out as a very loud explosion ensued. Up in the stands, Naruto had a vice grip on the rails as he had his Sharingan activated in a desperate attempt to see through the wall of smoke. When the smoke cleared itself, both kunoichi were seen on the ground unconscious. Naruto in a flash of yellow was beside Samui and had a shadow clone go to Kuratsuchi. He lifted both girls and rushed towards the infirmary hoping to prevent any serious damage. Both of the jutsus used were borderline S rank and could have killed if they hit head-on. After a prompt response from the doctors, Naruto returned to a rather quiet field. Stands. That was rather intense. Niji commented, making Chojiro nod thoughtfully. He was glad that he didn't have to face any of the two kunoichi. That display did show that either of the matches would have been rather evenly contested on. Now he would have to focus on only one more match. But his opponents themselves would be nothing short of monsters themselves. Kage Box. I have to say I am very impressed. That was among the best fights I have ever seen. Tsunade said in an impressed tone. I agree. It is rather rare to see kunoichis with that amount of power. Mei commented in a pleased voice. Yes, it's true. But they didn't have to go that hard. I hope their injuries aren't that serious, I said with a little hint of worry in his eyes. Anoki however did not reply and kept his eyes trained onto the field stoically. In the end however it was decided to score the match as a draw and have the finals as a three-way match. Back in the field. The final match will be a three-way match between Naruto Namikaze of Konoha vs Niji Hyuga of Konoha vs Chojiro of Kiri. The match however will take place tomorrow since the stadium will require a number of improvements. Good day. Darui called out, ending the events for the day. In the competitors' box all three of the remaining competitors were locked on in a stare down. One contrasting feature was the cold look in Naruto's eyes. He was ready and was of the intention to finish the fight as soon as possible. Time skip a few hours. Samui woke up with a groan but kept her eyes closed. It took her a few minutes to remember her match against Kuratsuchi. However, that was currently at the back of her mind. Currently she was more focused on the hand that was softly caressing her head. Opening her eyes she saw Naruto laying down with her in what was a hospital bed. What happened? She asked him, her memory still slightly hazy. Your match ended in a draw. Your injuries were slightly serious but Hokage-sama was more than happy to heal you. And now you only require a little rest to get back to full health. How are you feeling, sweetie? He finished softly. I am fine. She answered simply and looked at Naruto with a quizzical expression. Knowing the question that was on her mind, Naruto answered. The final is going to be a three-fight between me, Niji, and Chojiro. It will take place tomorrow. After that a little ceremony and then we'll go home. Naruto answered as he wrapped his hands around her. Samui allowed a small smile to come onto her face as she thought of having a home with Naruto. Yes, the thought felt amazing. The rebirth of the Yellow Flash Prelude Shippuden. The next day. The stage was set. The crowd was oozing with anticipation and excitement. Betting booths were full to the brink with everyone trying to get in a good bet or two. Up in the Kage box even the four Kage couldn't help but wonder who would win. Each of the three competitors were S-ranked in at least one shinobi department, so the fight was bound to be a very high-class one. In the competitors' box. Hey, you can literally feel their excitement. Naruto commented amusedly as he glanced at the crowd outside. What do you expect from our previous performances and the fact that you are very well liked in Kumo? It was bound to attract a rather large audience. Niji said as he looked at Naruto from the corner of his eyes. Not only that, but a Hyuga who has no qualms in using ninjutsu and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist in a three-way battle is a rather juicy event. Chojiro said in a rather serious voice which contrasted with his usual shy stutter. I didn't think of it in that context. Niji said with a shrug as silence entered the group. Down in the field. Welcome to the finals of the annual Jonin exams. Today's final will be a three-way battle. It will be Namikaze Naruto of Konoha vs Hyuga Niji of Konoha vs Chojiro of Mizu. The three of them appeared into the field in their own personal shushins. And stared each other down. Darui looked at the three before he jumped away to safety before swiping his hand down and saying, "Begin." Niji and Chojiro both jumped away before simultaneously turning around and facing Naruto, who merely raised an eyebrow at the now 2-on-1 situation. Sorry about this, Naruto, but you are the biggest threat in these exams, so it's imperative that we work together to take you out first. Niji said with an apologetic look on his face. Hey, it's okay. It was after all a part of your strategy. But don't worry, I will still be victorious. Naruto said with a grin as he unsheathed his sword and created a sealless shadow clone. Naruto then used chakra right to imprint a number of chakra containment seals on his clone to ensure that it did not dispel with a single hit. After that both Naruto and his clone activated their Sharingans before charging towards Neji and Chojiro. The original rushed to fight Chojiro in a Kenjutsu battle while the clone went head-to-head with Neji in a Taijutsu battle. With the Kages. What's Naruto planning? Will one clone be enough? I wondered out loud. It's not just one clone. That clone has 40% of Naruto-kun's chakra and is littered with containment seals. This will be tough fight for Neji-kun. Mei explained, getting a nod of understanding from the Kages. At the spectator stands. What is that fiancé of yours doing, Blondie? Taking on a swordsman of the mist in Kenjutsu and a Hyuga in Taijutsu? He must have a death wish. Kuratsuchi said as she looked on with Samui on her side. Both the girls had bandages all around their bodies, a result from the battle they had last night. I believe in Naruto-kun. He will be winning this even if he is taking them on in their own specialties. Samui stoically said. If you say so, Blondie, if you say so. Kuratsuchi said as she shook her head towards her new friend. Back in the field. Naruto vs. Chojiro. Naruto slashed his sword towards Chojiro, who used his Himuraki to meet him head-on. The two of them were now engrossed in a heated Kenjutsu battle, with neither of them giving each other any room to work with. You are really good. Naruto commented as both of them jumped back before taking their stances once again. The same can be said about you, Naruto-san. You would definitely have made the 7 if you were born in the hidden mist. Chojiro said. Thanks for the compliment, but I am afraid I will have to end this. Itoriu Shirsi-san. Naruto said before he disappeared in a burst of speed and swung his sword at Chojiro, who upon contact turned into a puddle of water. A substitution. Naruto thought before he quickly took out a 3-pronged kunai before throwing it into the wall. He then just in time disappeared in a yellow flash as Chojiro shouted, Himuraki unbound hell stomp. He said as a large stomp hit the ground just as Naruto disappeared in his flash. You are good, Chojiro-san. You managed to make me use the Hiraishin. Not many can claim to have done that. Naruto commented as he reappeared next to his kunai. Thank you for the compliment, Naruto-san. I never thought I'd ever see the move that made the Nidaime and Yondaime Hokages so famous. Chojiro said. Naruto smirked a bit before he threw his kunai into the air before making a single hand sign and saying, Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately one kunai began 30, after which they randomly fell down in the field surrounding. Chojiro, knowing that he was cornered, took a deep defensive stance and readied himself for an attack from any direction. Naruto clone NC vs Neji. You must be really confident with yourself if you think a mere clone will be enough to handle me. Neji said, slightly affronted. Don't worry, boss isn't looking down on you. The seals on me ensure that I am as real as him. It will be an interesting fight. I always wanted to see who would win, the Sharingan or the Byakugan. NC said as he activated his 3-tomoed Sharingan and stared into Neji's white Byakugan. Both of them then charged at each other before beginning a taijutsu battle. Naruto's combination of the hummingbird, swirl style and toad style taijutsu was more than enough to keep Neji on his toes. Also the fact that NC had coated his tenketsu with chakra, making the Juken strikes lose a little bit of their effectiveness. The Sharingan to helped as Naruto was able to see and predict a bit of Neji's moves, making countering a little easier. With the Kages. Amazing. That Gaki will never stop impressing me. I commented as watched Naruto match both of his opponents in their own departments. What do you know, I may just get to watch the Hiraishin again. Even if it's a taboo in IWA, it's still a dream move. Anoki said as he watched the kunai with interest. He is quite the impressive young man. Mei commented as she looked at Naruto with more than a little interest. Well, it was to be expected of him. He was the strongest back in our Chunin exams, and this is just him showing that he is still the best of our generation. Gaara said with a barely noticeable smile. He was happy to see that his friend had grown over the past 3 years. Damn, that Gaki is worth a lot of paperwork. The daimyo loved his work. The council wants him back ASAP. Both Itachi and Sarutobi-sensei talk about him. I am sure he has gone on well ahead of their expectations. Seriously, if he keeps on growing at the rate I will just give him the Hokage's hat in a couple of years stat. Heck, I won't be surprised if Sarutobi-sensei decides to name him as the next god of the shinobi. He has almost 7 shinobi departments downright mastered, and that's a scary fact. Tsunade said, getting flustered nods from around the room. Oanoki however grumbled at the unfairness of Konoha having another monstrous Namikaze in their ranks. At the stands. Wow, Blondie, you weren't joking when you talked about your fiancé there. He really is amazing. Kuratsuchi said, stunned by the display of power and skill in front of her. I told you so. But the fight isn't over by a long shot. Both of his opponents are masters in their respective fields. It will be tough to beat them. If I am not mistaken, things will be about to heat up soon. Samui stoically replied. I know, ninjutsu and whatnot is soon going to be added into the mix. Kuratsuchi said in agreement as she turned to look at the field. Back in the field. Niji jumped back before he took a stance and called out, you are in my field of divination 8 trigrams 128 palms. He said before his arms blurred in speed and quickly began striking NC. NC, despite having coated his body with his chakra, couldn't help but feel all 128 strikes and was soon sent crashing into the wall, dispelling himself in the process. Niji then jumped up and landed next to Chojiro, who was now in defensive posture. Spotting the kunais littered around them, he created a clone himself who took the stance for Kaiten. And then the clone began spinning around, dispelling the kunai clones until only was left. Interesting. Thanks for pointing out a flaw in my technique, Niji. I will be sure to work on it in the near future. Naruto said as he stroked his chin in a thoughtful manner. However, he soon snapped his attention back to his opponents, as he created 2 shadow clones, and all 3 of them started going through hand signs for 3 separate elements, one for each hand of his. Wind, water and lightning. His action sent Niji and Chojiro into action, as well as both of them started going through their own set of hand signs. Soon all 3 competitors had fired their own set of jutsus. Lightning style lightning wolf jutsu. Niji shouted. Water style water dragon jutsu. Chojiro shouted. Wind style wind dragon jutsu. Water style water dragon jutsu. Lightning style lightning wyvern jutsu. Collaboration jutsu shiny tri-headed elemental dragon. Naruto called out, releasing all 3 jutsus at once. A colossal tri-headed dragon soon appeared in the arena before it gave out a loud roar. The dragon then proceeded to attack Niji and Chojiro, only to be met by a single-headed and significantly smaller dragon. Naruto's dragon soon overpowered its opponent before it attacked Niji and Chojiro. It was only due to Niji's clone being ready and using the Kaiten that they were able to survive. As soon as the clone had stopped spinning, Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow before he razinged both Chojiro and Niji into the wall, effectively rendering them unconscious. Naruto sighed to himself before he deactivated his Sharingan and nodded towards Darui, who jumped into the war-torn field and called out, and the winner of the annual Jonin exams is Namikaze Naruto. The crowd burst into cheers, even the Kages were clapping at the ridiculous display of skills. Naruto, being the ever-humble idiot he was, blushed a bit in embarrassment before he sheepishly waved to the crowd as he scratched the back of his head. Time skip the next day. Naruto was seen inside Samui's apartment lazing around in the bed. It was still a week before which the Konoha contingent was expected to return thanks to the injuries the competitors had picked up. As Naruto lay on the bed, his mind went back to the conversation he had with Tsunade. Flashback no Jutsu. You wanted to see me, Tsunade-sama? Naruto asked as he entered Tsunade's hotel room. Ah yes Naruto, thank you for coming. For starters, I would like to congratulate you on the superb performance in the finals. Konoha has definitely earned quite a few cookie points because of it. Tsunade said. I don't think I should get the whole credit, Tsunade-sama. Neji, Aizen and even Kiba played their roles. And was that all you needed of me? Asked Naruto. Not really. Since we'll be returning soon, you should know that the council will try and limit your movements so as to keep you safe. They intend to try and enact the Clan Restoration Act on you. Tsunade said. Well, they can try. The original rules set down by your grandfather and granduncle state that it is the choice of one on whether he or she wants to be enacted with the Clan Restoration Act or not. And in order to save you the headache of council continuously pestering you by taking a genin team. Though I have a condition on who I want as my genin. Naruto said as he crossed his arms and looked at Tsunade. That actually works, so what brats do you want? Tsunade asked with a grin. Hanabi Hyuga, Konohamaru Sarutobi, Moegi Utane and Udon Hamur. Naruto said. Well, that certainly solves the problem of having an uneven number of brats. Alright, fine brat, I will assign them as your team when we get back. That is all, you may go. Tsunade said, making Naruto nod, after which he disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Flashback no Jutsu Kai. He was brought out of his musings when he felt something warm lean into his side. Looking down, he saw Samu's bluish-green orbs staring up at him questioningly. Naruto smiled at her before he pulled her until she was on top of him, her chest mashed against his, with his hands pinning her waist and keeping her in place. Just thinking about home and everything, Databeo. It's been 3 years, and to tell you the truth, I am feeling a little overwhelmed on how things may or may not have changed there. You know, it's just Databeo. Naruto ground out. I know what you mean. But don't worry, they will be proud of you. Just like I and Tu-sama are. Samui said as she stroked his cheeks lovingly. Thanks, I needed that. Naruto said before he leaned in and captured Samu's lips in a soft kiss. You know, I will be taking on a genin team when we get back to Konoha, Databeo. Naruto said. Are you okay? You've used your verbal tick several times already. Normally you seem to have more control over it. Samui asked with a tilt of her head. Well, what can I say? I lose control when I am excited or incredibly relaxed. And I am always incredibly relaxed in your presence. Databeo. Naruto finished as he changed their position so that both of them were on the bed and Naruto was nuzzling his head in her DD cup bobs. This is definitely the definition of heaven. Naruto's muffled voice reached Samui, making her blush red before she giggled lightly and wrapped her arms around his head, pulling him closer to her. Both of them gave in blissful sighs before they let sleep claim them. Next week would be a good one. Elsewhere far away. Is everyone ready? A blank voice asked out loud to a group of 9 astral figures. Yes, we have the required funds we need for the operation. A cold raspy voice answered to the first. Very well, after we receive the locations for the Jinchuriki we shall begin our operations. Soon the world shall know pain. The first figure said, opening his eyes to show purple ringed ones that shone with power. That is all for this video. See you next time. The rebirth of the Yellow Flash, time skip 1 week. It was just any other day in Konoha. The birds chirped, showing of a rather peaceful atmosphere. Near the 2 massive wooden gates we find 2 of our favorite Eternal Chunin gate guards. Izumo and Kotetsu. It's too damn boring. Izumo whined as he thumped his head on the table. I freaking know, right? Nothing interesting ever happens here. Kotetsu said in agreement. However, he did not get a reply from his partner. Looking up, he saw Izumo staring out towards the road. Following in his line of sight, he spotted the Hokage and the rest of Jonin hopefuls coming back. He also noticed the presence of one blonde male and female. Upon seeing Naruto, both of them felt their jaw drops, since Naruto looked like the carbon copy of the Yondaime Hokage. Welcome back, Hokage-sama. How was your trip to Kumo? Izumo asked as he greeted Tsunade. It was well. 3 of our 4 ninjas earned the rank of Jonin. Tsunade answered as she gestured towards Naruto, Aizen and Niji. It's good to have you back, Namikaze-sama. Kotetsu said, giving Naruto a playful bow. Time out. No way are the 2 of you going to call me Namikaze-sama. I have enough of that from the civilians as is. I don't need my fellow shinobi calling me that. Naruto said as he crossed his arms in front of him. He, we're just messing with you, Naruto. It's good to have you back. It's also nice to see you again, Mrs. Namikaze. Izumo said with a chuckle. Thank you for the welcome. Samui said, showing of her more than impressive control with her stoicism. Anyway, let's get all of you settled in. Naruto, you are to go to Sarutobi-sensei. He wants to meet you. He was quite adamant that you see him as soon as you got back. Tsunade said. Okay, then I will be of. Say, Hokage-sama, where are Mito, Narumi and Kaa-chan? Also, is Itachi-sensei in the village? Asked Naruto. Itachi is on a mission currently and won't be back for another week. Mikoto is staying with Kushina nowadays since she recently gave birth, while your 2 knuckleheads are due back from their training trip in 1 month. The academy will give out fresh graduates in 2 weeks. Now then, of you to Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade said. Wait a minute, stop right there. Mikoto Bachan gave birth again? Naruto asked in a shocked tone. No, it wasn't Mikoto who gave birth. It was Kushina. Tsunade said as she smirked inwardly. I see. Well then, I shall be of Tsunade-sama. Naruto said as he activated his Sharingan and began walking towards the Uzumaki compound. Please ensure he doesn't harm his mother's new husband and make sure to hear their side of the story as well before he decides to go berserk. Tsunade said to Samui, who nodded before walking after Naruto. At the Uzumaki compounds. Naruto calmly entered the mansion and went towards the lounge where he sensed Mikoto and Kushina's chakra. Entering, he found both of them playing with a red-haired and gray-eyed baby. Almost instantly all of his anger seemed to have died down and he felt something rise from within him for the baby. He felt complete and utterly protective. True, he was protective of Konohamaru, Hanabi, Mito, and Narumi, but seeing his new brother so small and defenseless, his protective nature went sky high. Ohio Kaa-san, Oba-san, who do you have there? He said in a neutral voice. Kushina flinched a bit when she heard Naruto's voice, but before she could reply, Mikoto said, That is your brother Naru-kun. When did you get back? Just now. And I was told that Kaa-san had a baby. So Oba-san, who do I need to kill? Naruto asked, his Sharingan ablaze. There will be none of that, young man. Your mother finally found love after 16 long years. You should be happy for her. Now come and meet your youngest brother. Mikoto sternly said, making Naruto sigh a bit before he consented and moved towards the baby. Softly taking the baby from his mother's hands, and was surprised to see that the baby had immediately snuggled into his hold while giving a small yawn. Naruto couldn't help but smile at that before he turned to Kushina and said, Who is the father? Mangetsu Hozuki. She answered with a little hesitation. How did you meet? He asked, his voice still neutral. During the year-long mission in the mist we fell in love and a political marriage took place with him coming here. She answered. Does he treat you right and make you feel happy? He asked. He does. Kushina replied. Naruto then smiled before kissing his mother's forehead while giving her a one-armed hug. Then I am okay with it, Kaa-chan. I really missed you these last 3 years. I missed you to Sochi. She said as she hugged her long-gone son. The duo was joined by Mikoto, turning it into a 3-way hug. After they broke away, Naruto motioned Samui forward and said, Kaa-chan, Oba-chan, I am sure you remember my fiancé Samui. Samui, these are my Kaa-san and Oba-san. After the 3 women exchanged greetings, Naruto said, so what's his name? Genryusei, after my grandfather. Kushina happily answered. He's adorable. Naruto affectionately said as he sat down and the group of 4 began exchanging stories from 3 years ago. Time skip a few hours. It was now time for the academy to end and Naruto had decided it was time to visit his younger surrogate siblings and to let them know that he was back. Standing outside the gate, he did not have to wait long for the doors to burst open. The first ones out were Konohamaru and Hanabi, and both of them seemed to arguing about something with Udon and Moegi trying to get them to stop. Shushing behind them, he said, now that was just rude here. I was thinking that I'd come and meet you at the academy and all of you choose to ignore me. I am sad. All 4 heads snapped and he found himself glomped in a 4-way hug. Soon all 4 of them were blabbing while he just chuckled at them before patting their heads warmly. Come on, I will treat you guys to lunch, we have a lot of catching up to do. Saying that, he led the 4 of them to Ikaraku's, where he shared all of his experiences and skills with them. The look of awe when he cited a few of his battles was a rather prized memory for him. The little buggers always seemed to warm Naruto's heart whenever he saw them. Though he inwardly chuckled as he imagined their reaction when they would find that Naruto was going to be their sensei. Time skip the next morning. Finally free from meeting up with everyone else, Naruto decided it was time to visit his surrogate grandfather. He had mastered all of the techniques he was given, but so far he did not have a chance to have an all-out ninjutsu battle with anyone. However, he was hoping to have a spar with both Hiruzen and Itachi sometime in the future. Maybe he'd have to use some of those jutsus then and there. Shaking his head, he greeted the guards at the Sarutobi estate, who smiled warmly while letting him in. He had been coming here for a long time. In the beginning it was to meet Hiruzen, after which it became regular sparring sessions with Aizen. Entering the compound, he made his way to Hiruzen's dojo, where he found his surrogate grandfather practicing his calligraphy. Hey Gigi. Naruto called out with a wave. Ah, my boy. It's good to see you. How are you? Though I have to say I was expecting you to visit yesterday. Hiruzen said as he inwardly thought, damn, he looks so much Minato that it isn't even funny anymore. Ah, sorry about that, Gigi. I got caught up with Genryusei and then it took me a while with the Konohamaru Corps and Hanabi. You know how they can be. Naruto said as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head, making Hiruzen chuckle at him. It's fine, my boy. I see you made Jonin, congratulations. Hiruzen said with a proud smile etched on his lips. He was very happy to see that his surrogate grandson had grown up so well. It was absolute pleasure to see a small seed that he was grow into the fine tree that he currently was. I am surprised that you thought that I wouldn't make it. Naruto cockily said. Now don't take that tone with me, young man, I can still take you to school. Hiruzen said as he calmly sipped his tea. About that, are you up for a spar? Naruto asked. What brought in this request, Naruto? Hiruzen asked with a quirked eyebrow. Well, I am S ranked in the bingo books and I did spar with B, but it was way too restricted. I want to fight someone like you to see where I stand. Naruto said in an honest voice. Very well then. When do you want to fight? Hiruzen asked. 12 days from now, a day before the Konohamaru Corps and Hanabi graduate from the academy. Naruto said. Very well then. I shall be there in our Chunin exam stadiums. It will be a good show for the upcoming genin to see what levels are out there. Hiruzen said. Not only that, it'll be fun seeing Konohamaru's expression when he learns that I am going to be his Jonin sensei. Naruto said with a certain glint in his eyes. Ho! This is something new that I am hearing. Hiruzen said interestedly. Yeah, I promised Tsunade-sama that to get the counsel of her back I would take a genin team with 4 genins. My choices are Konohamaru, Udon, Moegi and Hanabi. Even if it's unusual, the council will not object because they so dearly desire my approval. Naruto said with a smirk. I see, that is a rather good plan. Hiruzen said, after which the duo made a little small talk with Naruto leaving to get the Namikaze estate back on. That is all for this video. See you in the next video. This is the end of Naruto Rebirth of the Yellow Flash. The writer of the fanfiction has decided to discontinue the fanfiction. So I will leave you with the last words of the writer of the fanfiction. Hiya everyone, it's the Sue here. I begin by apologizing for the delay in between chaps while also announcing that I will be discontinuing this story. It won't be abandoned but will be under a massive rewrite. I have added way too many variables that were unrelated to the plot I had in mind and complicated the story needlessly. Not to mention the fact that the situation for the pairing wasn't that comfortable, and as most of you pointed out, I forgave Kushin away too easy and early. Keeping these in mind, it is currently dropped with a rewrite objective painted on it. Said rewrite will be out in due time. Hope you all enjoy it as much as the original. Yours truly, the Sue. That is what the writer has said. That is all for this video. See you in the next video.